record, it's 12:32. We're going to move forward with fleet and facilities. Tim, if you want to introduce Mr. Wilski and his team.
Thank you. Up next is the Fleet and Facilities Department, which is headed by Chad Wilski. It includes fleet maintenance program, fleet and development, and then also facilities maintenance. Chad's department is funded 85% through the general fund, and the 15% capital fund, that's related to $5 million in our 5 Points development project. It's essentially interest that's been earned on that, those cash funds that we have to put into the budget for next year, and it's going towards the existing project that's already been approved. Chad's overall base budget is going from 16.6 million to 17.7 million. It's a 6.3% increase. He did have new services being added for custodial services at some of the Sunrail platforms, as well as costs to operate the new court annex building. So without those two line items, his overall budget increase was 1.9%. His CIP includes a total of $8 million, which does include the $5 million for 5 Points, as well as additional allocations for HVAC's roof and generator maintenance. Fleet and Facilities has 77 FTEs in the current budget with no new proposed FTEs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chad.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. And I want to thank our Fleet and Facilities team. Like many of our team, they work behind the scenes and serving our colleagues who serve the public directly. So thank them for all the work they do every day. First, I want to talk about our open positions, and from your presentation, what was at the time, oh, that's not in there, okay. I thought it was in there.
It's in the, there's a report in your backup with all the vacancies.
The backup doc. So at the time, we had 8 open positions. So me coming on board, one was, let's just don't do what we've always done. Let's look at what our needs are and what are the positions to meet those needs and to be the most effective. So what we've done in a very short period of time, we've actually, one of those positions we've advertised and hired. That individual will be starting July 1st. Have 4 positions on the website now being posted and advertised. And then with the approval of the recruitment services contracts, the past board meeting, going to utilize those services for a divisional manager for facilities as well. So we're looking good moving forward from here. So it's definitely been a kind of a rough start, but we know what we need now moving forward.
And just real quick, I'll just add in here that both Christian and I have been working with Chad is gave him the opportunity, since we pulled Fleet and Facilities out of Public Works, him an opportunity to see what he actually needed to run that shop. So we gave him carte blanche. So he's come up with a reorganization plan, and now he's getting ready to execute it based on what he just presented.
Thank you.
You never know where to end up.
No, sir, but I serve at the pleasure of the county manager.
Real estate maintenance.
So I want to start with start with the highlights, the Justice James E.C. Perry Annex, and just, again, thanking the board. I mean, I come in at a good time this year with the support and all the different things happening. And, that was a challenging time to make that decision to move forward with that building. And so I appreciate that, because I'm having a lot of fun with that right now, trying to close that project out. But at the end of the day, that decision has saved millions of dollars of what that would cost to build that building today. So thank you for making that decision then as well. We also, the John E. Polk Correctional Facility connected Central Chiller Plant, that occurred this year as well. So the correctional facility is connected to our Central Chiller Plant. Chief Kinley mentioned Fire Station 11, again, long time coming, but then a great job by our team to make that happen. And actually, I just want to go back to the annex too. Again, challenging time. Our partnership with Wharton, very difficult time to build materials and also staffing-wise. So again, we have great partnerships within the county, and I just want to make sure we highlight and don't forget those as well. Fire Station 39, Chief Kinley said we're looking October 24th, and it's on schedule, and it's looking good. This year, we had 15 major HVAC projects that have been completed or in the progress of being completed, and then we have 8 roof replacements that have been completed or in the progress of being completed as well. So a lot of good work being done. So just, again, thank you for your efforts to provide the means and the resources to address some of the deferred maintenance over the years. All right, fleet. So I've been told about our budget office that our fleet replacement program that you approved in 2019 has been accomplished, completed. And really, I tell you again, from what I hear where we were and where we're at now, great strides forward. So what I mentioned to Mr. Jex is like, great job, but let's look at what else we can do. And so what we're going to be doing moving forward is, again, taking the data, looking at the analysis of the lifespan of our vehicles. And again, the data is a guide, okay? And we need good information to make good decisions. So looking at each of our vehicles by year, types, and when are those maintenance costs really starting to occur? Then also looking at out-of-service times and then resale value. And then from there, let's start looking at a replacement time for our vehicles. And again, it may not be one of those things that we can full force implement, but at least we know where the happy point is, and let's let the data drive that decision. Also going to be looking at vehicle utilization. And what I mean by that is that we may have vehicles that we've purchased that aren't quite used to maybe what they need to be used. So we're going to be looking at that data as well. And then right sizing, I just want to make sure from what I heard yesterday, right sizing, my right sizing is not this, it's this. And also that right sizing really, what it mostly incorporates is, as leaders, you know, one of our main goals is to make sure our team has the resources to do their job. I look at our vehicles, our equipment as that resource. So what's the job that needs to be done? What's the type of vehicle that is needed, and match those two going forward. So those are some of the things that we're going to be working on going forward for the next fiscal year.
All right, for the record, Christian Swenson, Assistant County Manager. Myself and Chad here with just some building projects updates that are in development. These are just some bigger things that we're working on that involve multiple departments or multiple issues across the county. So the first one is the 5 Points Development Plan update. As you'll recall from our the April BCC workshop, this was a topic discussed there. The takeaway from it was, let's look at that plan as staff and let's bring back some options. I'm actually very proud of what we've done there. We've assembled a team from the Public Works Department with some of our engineering folks. We've got Chad's folks in there. We meet every 2 weeks. Sometimes the meetings seem like maybe a scene from 12 Angry Men, but we debate things out and we look at them. We're coming up with some very good work product that I'm looking forward to presenting to the board. Just some kind of snapshots of what we've done thus far is we obviously have the option that is already approved from the 2019 plan. We've got 3 additional options to take a look at for your consideration. We're continuing to refine those options. We've done a look at all the buildings that are in the system that were planned for demolition and come up with a list of ones that we think potentially could be salvaged and stayed behind and repurposed perhaps for different usage. Also from those meetings, what came out was the original plan has a location for the county administration building that requires the demolition of a whole number of buildings in order to be moved forward from that. One of the things we heard from the workshop was, hey, let's try to get the county administration building moving forward. So one of the things we looked at is there a faster way to do this? In our options, we came up with an alternate location that wouldn't require the demolition, and we could potentially go to design a whole lot sooner. So these are all things we're looking forward to bringing to you in the fall for consideration. And like I said, I'm proud of our effort here. I'm proud of our staff's effort here. They're really putting a bang-up job, and we're enjoying getting together every 2 weeks. The next item on our list is the David Moss building renovation. I believe Darren and I, or Darren or I, have talked to everyone about the programming, as was discussed at the workshop on that as well, was we would go around and visit about the programming and kind of see what it turned up after we were done with that effort. Originally, the building was planned for a public works programming effort. We went through that. It was a bit tight when we looked at it, so we said, okay, is there a better use for it? We pivoted during that and looked at usage for community services and environmental services. As y'all will recall, environmental services, the landfill purchased that property originally, so it had some symbiosis with that fit as well. Those spaces actually did work a little better for it, provide a little bit more room. So they also, in addition to that, provide, as its community services is in a lease space, it would potentially provide some future savings to the general fund if they moved into that building, because they would save the lease amount. So our plans are to move forward with designs on that, unless we hear any kind of objections to that. The next item on the list is the Rosenwald project. Obviously, that came before you, and there was a direction to move forward with let's put a building out there, let's get the other buildings taken down, let's move forward with that. Staff has met with a demolition contractor out on site. They've walked all the buildings, have answered a bunch of questions. They have a scope coming to them, we anticipate next week, and then being able to fold into that fairly soon. In addition to that, staff is working on a scope of services for design of the community center that was discussed here. So after the meeting, that there was we kind of just tried to assimilate the information we heard, and, it was like we wanted to, there was a number of things on the property. There was there was an idea to do it correctly, so we looked at it and we said, okay, we don't want to get him down by CCNA rules and potentially not have enough bandwidth in the design effort. So from that, we decided to write a scope dedicated for that, and that gives us a bigger bandwidth to be able to do whatever is necessary out there. So that'll be coming out on the street, and that should hopefully be relatively soon as well. And then the final item on here is the medical examiner building, again discussed at the workshop. What's happening with it now is we're looking at other counties and possible partnership opportunities. We talked a little bit about this at the workshop. We're continuing to explore those. We did, as you saw at the workshop, have an idea of what it would cost to build a new building. We'll be coming probably in the fall with a series of options for you to look at and some more detail. So we've got meetings scheduled with some of the other partners and just see what flushes out there. So those are the updates on these. I'm happy to take questions on these items, and I'm sure Chad is happy to take questions on the other budget items as well.
Great, thank you all very much. Breath of fresh air, this is one of the areas that I believe, since I arrived here in 2018, is one of the paramount items that needed to be addressed. Of course, as you mentioned, the fleet issue, but also our building maintenance issues and how they were or were not being cared for and kept up to date. And I know we all are looking forward to the day that we perhaps are in a new building. We seem to be often, for the lack of better examples, the parents who make sure our children have clothes and shoes and education before, we get our new suits and those kinds of things, but that's why we're here. So I thank you both very much for picking up the ball and moving. Obviously, we can see measurable change since you all arrived. On the fleet issue, and I don't want to get into a big discussion on it today, but one thing that, and you may have already seen this, in the automotive world, things have changed dramatically in the last 4 years as far as fleet accounts, fleet pricing, national account pricing, and so forth, to the point where, there was a time where there was a stated price where government entities could purchase let's say an F-150 Ford. And it was a set price for set equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, up until about a year ago, that was tough to get. The prices kept escalating. And then when you went to the dealer to buy a new vehicle as a private individual, you often saw prices that were $5,000, $7,000 over MSRP because there was a supply issue. Well, now what we're seeing is for that same vehicle, we're seeing rebates that are in the $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, $12,000, $13,000 range, which arguably you could buy cheaper than what the national account pricing is. So I just bring that to your attention so that maybe that's something that's considered, that we look at that. And timing, of course, in all things is paramount, and not getting stuck in a situation where we're having to pay higher than normal because of chain or supply chain issues. And if we can defer it for a year and watch what the market does and save $5,000 per vehicle, I think is a big thing that we need to look at. So thank you all very much. I'll start with Commissioner Herr. We'll work our way down.
Chad, I love the point that you reevaluated the staffing, the positions, the department structure, et cetera. You focused on people first and then moved to, now next step is reevaluating the stuff, the tools that the people use. It's right out of the good to great methodology, as is rigorous debate, which I suspect that Christian finds more invigorating than some others. But there's a reason that we brought you into this mix, and that's because we have not had rigorous debate, which is typically drives a better outcome than 10 people sitting in the room and nodding yes, and then 9 of them walking out of the room and saying, well, that was a dumb idea and I'm not going to do it. Those are the organizations that ultimately falter and fail, and organizations that engage in getting the seats on the bus lined up and then getting the right people into those seats and then having those people debate rigorously what the best next steps are. And you guys just laid out the book. So I'm a Jim Collins fan, and this is the most exciting conversation I've had here for a while because it's right out of the leadership methodology. And I'm not going to go into any detail on your budget. I'm excited with the discussion.
Commissioner Glary. Good. Commissioner Lockhart.
So I think Commissioner Constantine was only half joking about putting real estate underneath Chad, but for future conversation and working groups talking about transportation and transit in this county, I think, Mr. Wilski ran the largest transportation operation in this county, which is our school transportation system, moving however many students every single day. How many students were there?
Well over 20,000.
So 5 times the number that Lynx moves around this county, and he knows every stop and gets them all there in time for the bell to ring. And I think we'd be really wise to include him in any conversation that we have about that moving forward.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilski.
Commissioner Constantine.
It's like,
Thank you, and I just see this, and you're right, I was half joking, because I do see this as in addition to the real estate management department, as a function that should have been separated for a long time, and I applaud the current administration that has done it. That's it.
Very good. Well,
And
look at-
kudos on all that. All the stuff about the budget. I think you are on the right track from my perspective, just so that the board knows, we do have these individual conversations, and then we all assume that we all know what those individual conversations were. But love the rethinking on this building with 5 points. Love that we've identified that really the logical use for David Moss is to include the environmental utilities solid waste crew. Rosenwald, of course, don't have to say much about that. Thank you for taking that on. And the ME building, I think, is just going to be a long-term work in progress. So, but I'm confirming that you said what we said.
Anything else? Seeing none, Mr. Gray would like to have a
Yeah,
few words.
Thank you. And the reason that I wanted Mr. Swenson to talk about especially the project updates is because, after our retreat, we did get some very direct direction, if you will. And so, as you know, I've set up individual meetings with you all. I want to make sure you're up to speed and up to date on all of the direction that you had given us at that retreat. One thing that Ms. Johnson and I are working on is a project, what we're calling have we landed on a major project update report. And basically, it's going to be at a glance. You're going to see it on a one-page could be a dashboard at some point. I know you're going with that with Commissioner Herr. However, there are so many moving parts here in the county that's going on, just getting caught up, but also what we're doing in the future, especially some of these big projects that we want you all you're going to get this on a monthly basis, and it's a snapshot of what's going on, and then we're going to continue to be briefing you on that. So it's another communication tool for you all, and that so we can, if we're off track somewhere, that I would rather know, earlier than later. So I appreciate that. So you'll be getting that early next week, maybe even Friday, but early next week. Great. It's ready. Oh,
Go
Tricia said
ahead,
it's
Ms.
ready.
Johnson. I know you were reluctant to speak early, but please go ahead.
It's ready to send out whenever you're ready to send
Okay.
it.
All right, you'll get it Friday.
What's ready to send out?
The major project report update, that it's a one-pager that you'll, on a lot of these projects, just 4 of them are on here, but there's other ones on there that are priorities of this board that I want to keep you up to speed on a monthly basis.
Great. Anything else from the board? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, very much, and your team. We appreciate it sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're at 12:53. Do we know if the SOE has arrived?
We just received an email from the SOE.
Oh, wait, did we? Go ahead.
Do we have it?
He says, be advised, Chris will not be in attendance today.
Is anybody from his staff here? Does it indicate anybody from his staff will be here?
No, it just says, please be advised that Chris will not be in attendance today, and it came in at 12:52.
Well, I find it very disheartening that one of the core preliminary things that we would expect our constitutional officers to do is prepare a budget and give a presentation to this board. And the fact that they're unable to do so, even send a staff member or chief of staff, is very concerning to me. That said, what would the board prefer to do? We have a full board here now. Commissioner Herr will be leaving at 3:30. Do we want to take this up, or do we want to do nothing with it? What is the flavor of the board? Commissioner Lockhart?
My first thought is we let our staff continue to present. They're here now. And we take up this situation with the supervisor of elections when we're done with our staff.
Okay.
If he's not going to prioritize us, I don't know why we would prioritize his time, our time with his not being here at this point. So I'd like to be respectful of our team and have them present.
I don't disagree in its entirety, but if we are not going to be able to engage the constitutional officer, the supervisor of elections, then we've sort of put our staff in somewhat of a pickle on giving direction.
Oh, I don't
from a
intend to
budgetary.
not give direction. I'm just thinking, I'm going to do it right now.
Okay. All right.
Are you
So
okay
we
with that? I don't know.
will,
Yeah,
I
everybody
agree.
go with that?
I agree.
Okay.
I think
I
it should
agree.
just-
I think we should, we're going to give direction to the staff and what they have to do with them. But, if we have our folks here, let's go.
All right. Well, our next up will be utilities. Mr. Edwards?
A team of one.
And then there was one.
My apologies. I think there was an expectation among some of my staff that we would be hearing from the supervisor of.
Can you pull the microphone closer to yourself, please?
Oh, here they come. Here they come.
To the rescue, to the rescue.
Left the boss hanging.
So up next is the Water and Sewer Utilities Department, led by Johnny Edwards. This includes our utility operating, utility engineering, and business office divisions. He's 100% funded through water and sewer fees. The utilities base budget increase was from 43.0 to 44.3 million, an increase of 3%. As of the printing of the county manager's proposed work session, the 25 CIP is 10.7 million. He did initially indicate other projects that could potentially be funded for FY25, but the department's currently working on their master plan. So at this time, we're only putting in the base capital maintenance projects. They have additional projects that they may be coming up with. We're not showing them as deferred at this time because they're not deferred. They're just still working on their overall CIP. There's 155.2 FTEs in the Utilities Department with no proposal for any new positions. And I will now turn it over to Johnny to talk about his accomplishments.
Thank you very much. For the record, Johnny Edwards, Interim Director of the Utilities Department. And I have with me today for each of the three divisions in utilities, the division managers, Carrie Grine for the business office, Bill White for utilities engineering, and Elsa Williams for utilities operations.
You've got your clicker.
I get that. All right. I'd like to start off with highlights and accomplishments, some budget highlights, and I'd like to thank the department staff for, as Tim mentioned, we got our base operating budget down to 3% increase over current FY24 budget, and, there's some pressures that go along with that, so they definitely had to sharpen pencils. Just looking at the cost of treatment plant chemicals for our water and wastewater, they're going up. We can't avoid that. These are necessary chemicals in the treatment process. Sampling and analysis of emerging contaminants. We're doing a lot more groundwater sampling than we did previously, looking at making sure that the water quality is good. Budget increase of 4.9% for wholesale services. A lot of our customers are on what we call consecutive systems. They're not directly connected to our water or wastewater plants. So we buy services from other utilities like the cities, for water and wastewater services. Their prices and costs are going up, and we're projecting a 4.9% increase in that. We will be recommending, consistent with last year's rate presentation, a 4.6 rate increase this year. And we had one last year and one this year, and that's fairly consistent with the wholesale price increases that we're seeing. Some accomplishments to address, and first and foremost, I'd like to just say these are project-oriented. I'd like to acknowledge operations, which, keeps the water flowing 24/7. They have staff, available all the time as required, and we respond to outages when they happen. But to look at a few accomplishments from projects, the Druid Hills distribution improvements, this is one of the consecutive systems that I mentioned earlier. The distribution system was replaced with newer pipe and a booster pump put in to alleviate some pressure concerns in the area. And, we have friends that live in the area and are greatly appreciative of the improved water pressure that they receive. Southeast Regional Water Treatment Plant, ozone side stream safety improvements. This was a project that was originated for safety concerns, but as the project evolved, we noticed that, or discovered that there were some savings in the treatment process and electricity use that resulted from the project. So we're very happy with that. 4 water treatment plant demolitions. Out of 15, 20 years ago, I guess the county bought Florida Water Services and got a bunch of small water plants, and over time merged into having more of a regional approach in water supply. So these old treatment plants have been taken offline for some time, and we're demolishing the old plants over time to make the land available. Lockwood Boulevard emergency repair. I think each of the commissioners familiar with this project. We had a sewer pipe that was collapsing 30 feet below Lockwood Boulevard. So that pipe has been addressed, and the emergency averted, but it did shed some light on additional work that really needs to take place in the sewer system out in the Carillon area. The majority of the projects that we do in our CIP are renewal and replacement oriented. Just to pump stations, we have 350 pump stations, give or take, in our collection system. There's a significant amount of replacing pumps, lining the wet wells, a lot of work that goes into maintaining those pump stations. The wastewater collection system, we have to maintain that to prevent leaks, breaks, things like that. The water reclamation plants, which are the wastewater facilities. We had a couple R&R projects recently at each of them, just replacing pumps, making sure the systems are in good working condition. And we also contribute to the Iron Bridge, though we don't manage those projects. They're partners with the city of Orlando, so we contribute to the R&R projects that maintain our capacity there. A few other designs we have ready for construction. I'm not going to go into detail really, but these are primarily relocating utilities in conjunction with right-of-way or road and storm improvement projects that we have ready to go. Looking forward, our master plan, as previously mentioned, is being developed. Our capital improvement projects will continue renewal and replacement type projects, complying with right-of-way projects or any rule changes that we have to comply with. Looking at the BCC work sessions is there's a holistic water policy and water conservation plan that will be presented by Environmental Services, the Water Policy Group. We expect that to come to the board sometime in July or August. Following that, we will present, and this is a tentative schedule, we will have several work sessions with the board on the master plan for utilities, looking at different areas specifically each time and getting direction from the board on how to move forward with the master plan. Other challenges, issues, staffing. As when we made these slides, we had 21 of 157 positions that were vacant. We've been work with Human Resources. Last week, they had a job fair. We picked up a couple of wastewater collection mechanics out of that job fair. We've also hired a couple treatment plant operators since that time, so chipping away at it. I know last year it was discussed that the trainee program, a lot of these vacant positions have license and certification requirements. So what we're doing is we're bringing in people and training them and helping them get those licenses and certifications. New regulations, these are the headwinds that we face. There's new regulations passed by the state last year regarding collection systems, so we're putting together a collection system action plan to respond to the new state requirements. Lead and copper rule revisions, we have been working on that. It's basically inventorying where lead and copper pipes may be a concern for water quality. Thankfully, in Seminole County, we don't see much of that. So, but we still have to comply with the rule, do the assessment, and put out public information. So you'll see more on that later this summer. PFAS, new regulation passed by EPA, I believe, last month. Calls in new standards that become in effect in 2027. We are proactive. We're taking measures right now to be ready before 2027. The American Water Infrastructure Act and CFWI and St. John's Water Regional River Water Management District, all additional rules, regulations, and policies that we need to observe, and we'll pay more attention or provide more detail as we develop the master plan and discuss those with the board. Country Club Heights is a project that I just, in the way of challenges, project that was implemented because of constant or frequent breaks and service problems. So we went in, we've learned a lot from this project, and we have subsequent discussions in the near future about septic to sewer and possibly reclaimed retrofit projects where we're doing construction in residential areas underground. We'll apply a lot of the lessons learned from this project to those new projects. And with that,
And I'll just follow up on just a few things, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. And I want to thank Johnny and his team. They have been through a lot this past year, as you know, and I really appreciate the board allowing me to, when I say right-sizing the organization, I mean like pulling it apart and then doing things that really concentrating on really look and assessing some of our operating departments. And as you know, the challenges that our utilities now, or utilities departments had, is that they have went through many leadership changes in that department. And so, and I know sometimes you talk about the love of debate. We debate all the time with the team, but we're getting it right size and we're getting it better. And so I appreciate you allowing me to really dig deep into that department. We are, as Johnny had mentioned, a series of master plan workshops for you all. We as you know, we have Jacobs on board doing that. So we've got a plan with them, as well as digging really deep into the operations of the utilities department and looking at their vacancies and how we run our plants and things like that. So as you know, I've briefed you individually, working actually with the department. We're going to be coming back with a plan on the operations side as well. So just that's still a work in progress, but just want to let you know that's also part of my major project list that comes out to you on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. We'll start with Commissioner Constantine.
Johnny, you and your staff, you've got a lot of work ahead of you, and we appreciate that you've taken on the task. We know that this has been a point of concern for quite a while. Thank you, County Manager, for pointing that out. Excuse me, that this is an area of concern that needs to be reconstructed, and I appreciate. I think that you guys are up for the task, and quite frankly, whether it be the working together with environmental services on water quality in the water, holistic, I think that this is going to take. This is going to be a very high on the priority list when we're dealing this year with the sales tax and everything else. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Ditto. Thank you for your stepping in and helping to take over some of what's been happening with the Country Club Heights project, and just in my district, it has been a multi-year nightmare, and I think that's probably the nicest I can say about this project for the community. And so I appreciate you all doing the best that you can to try to extricate us from the path that we were headed down and get us on the right path and as quickly and painlessly a way possible. I also want to thank CHA, who has stepped in as a consultant to help with managing the communication with that community. As with most things, the actual construction and work is one thing, but the communication with the citizens is just of paramount importance. So having that teamwork together now, I think, is going to help quite a bit. Lots of work to do. Confident that we're going to get to where we need to be. So thank you.
If I can, in relationship, before I go to Commissioner DeLaurie on Commissioner Lockhart's district, thank you all very much, by the way, for allowing me to intrude for a day and work with your personnel out there in the field. And I was taken to the subdivision that you're referring to, and it was not necessarily on purpose. It was because there was a pumping station that had gone down. And it was ironic, as we were going there, the employee says, "Now look, Commissioner, I'm giving you a heads up. When we go to this place, there may be residents running over here screaming and yelling, and, I'm like, got it." But it didn't happen. But I did take a quick tour of that general area, and definitely a problem.
Looks like a war zone.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for the residents and what they were living through. You're absolutely right. Look like a war zone. Like certain areas have been blown up, through this neighborhood where you wonder, how do I get in and out of my driveway? How do I get from here to there? Mm-hmm. I mean, it was insane to me. So you're absolutely correct. Good work on getting those contractors involved and moving this forward. So good work. Commissioner DeLaurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Johnny, and your staff. I know you're picking up pieces from past, and I know it's not easy. Keep doing it. Obviously, it's being noticed by not just us, by the residents. But I look forward to seeing the master plan. It's been a long time coming, and I'm glad that we're going to have some input in the beginning with the assumptions and with the direction of the master plan to give the proper direction. And I look forward to seeing the master plan, both on water and sewer.
Commissioner Herr.
I'm going to give Commissioner Delary full credit, because I think in my first meeting, you were stomping on this desk about the master plan, so that was very well said, given that we've turned staff over
It's only
2 or
been
3
3.5
times since then.
years later,
Yes, and
but that's okay.
however many years before I ever envisioned myself here, so good job.
It's growth. It's good.
It is, it is. I just want to point out that with your 4 new hires that were made with the recent employment fairs, you're down to a 10% vacancy rate, assuming no one fled the building as we were talking about your programs while this meeting was happening. So that's the lowest that I've seen it since I've been here, so congratulations on that. And I'd like to point out to my fellow commissioners that if wholesale price increases are 4.9% and the ask is a 4.6% increase to the fees, that's a 6.5% gap in funding. Just thought I'd throw that out there, not for discussion today. When that comes up, we need to pay attention.
That's it.
Yep, that's it.
And thank you for pointing that out. That was something I was going to raise, so I sincerely appreciate that. We approved that rate fee schedule, as you all know. This area is, a couple things were said that concern me, not only from the rate standpoint, but this is an enterprise fund, and it is funded by the ratepayers. And my concern is, at the very beginning of your presentation, the statement that we've gone back and sharpened our pencils very closely to get it down to where your expectation or somebody's expectation wanted it to be, which is a little concerning to me. If the 4.6 versus 4.9, and we are arbitrarily trying to contain costs at a certain increase, what does that really mean? And I don't want an answer to that today, but I just want to point that out. I would like to know a follow-up report, what that indicates. And here's my concern. Twice, a master plan was brought to this board while I've been here to be considered. Twice, it was refused by the board because there were certain aspects of it that some of us didn't like. So some of that's on us as a board. And I say that only from the standpoint of, I think we all must understand a master plan is a living document. It doesn't mean it can't change next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It is an initial planning document based on what information is available and what demand is expected to be through the region. Understanding that demand may go up, may go down, certain regulations, both statutorily at the state level, at the federal level, could change, which impact that master plan. So I want to remind us up here that it's incumbent upon us, if there's 2%, 5%, 10% of a master plan we just don't like, I will go ahead and say it, I think we're better off to go ahead and move it forward and then ask staff to come back with us and correct or reiterate or reconsider that 10%, 20, whatever it is. Because here's the reality. There are documents that exist in this county dating back to 2010, 11, 12, 15 on CIP projects that were planned to be done or engineered to be done or studied to be done that have never moved forward. Here we are 10 years later. And I'm very concerned with this rate situation, of the unknowns of us scaling back to only a 3% increase. And I appreciate that. I'm not an advocate of let's increase it more than we have to, and I'm not saying somebody's done anything arbitrarily. I just want our staff to understand, at least this commissioner, apply your best technical abilities and your training and expertise and bring that to us, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If it's 30%, come and tell me it's 30%. If it's 7%, come tell me it's 7%. We're going to have to make tough decisions. I don't ever want, and this holds true for everyone in the departments, I do not want anybody, this commissioner does not, applying what they believe will be acceptable for an increase or decrease for whatever reason. Just lay it down on the line, raw, pure evidence, science-based, whatever the case is, or whatever vocation you're working in your department. So those are the concerns I have, and I will tell you that I think we've got some real challenges. We have a considerable amount of reserves that continue to build, that should be expended on CIP projects. So I'm hoping, based on the good news we have of what Johnny and the staff has done about bringing people on board and getting things done, and what county manager and senior leadership has identified and clearly moving this ball forward, it's going to continue to be an uphill battle. For some of the capacities, we're going to have to rely on other entities. I would also like us to look at any agreements we currently have with cities and how those impact us or impact them, because we're receiving services from some of them are have agreements with us, and I would like the county attorney to look at those agreements and vet those through with our staff, so we clearly understand, are we on the right path? And I think this is a good, huge first step, but I think there's a lot of areas in this department and division that need to be touched by certain experts outside of utilities to help ensure that our infrastructure stays intact for the next generation. So with that, thank you all very much. Good work. Keep it up. I appreciate it sincerely. Next up, Ms. Ornberg, Environmental Services.
And while Ms. Ornberg's coming up, if I could just add, I know we'll talk about it later, but of course, I can't help but add in a few comments to that, Mr. Chairman. And that's one thing about utilities, is that is one of the reasons why this operational plan we're going to bring to you all, because everything that you just checked off is something that we have been looking at, as you know, because we've discussed. So you are going to go through all this with us, the good, bad, and the ugly. Great. The other thing with the departments out there, as we set up our budget guidelines and we talk about the future, we have our revenues and the expected revenues, and we shoot to live within them. However, the department directors do know that if there are stuff outside of those guidelines, they bring to us as well. So it's for you all to make that decision. Correct. And how to pull dollars. So I just want to ensure the board that we're not hiding anything, we're not saying something is delinquent, or we're not giving something. We both, Tricia Johnson, Christian Swinson, Melanie, we all work with the departments every day to make it. So just wanted to.
And I wasn't making any allegations. I was just trying to make sure we understood at least what my expectation was.
No, I get it.
So.
Up next is the Environmental Services Department. It's led by Kim Ornberg. Then we have 3 divisions: our Solid Waste Division, Watershed Management, and Water Policy. 84% of the funding for the department comes from the Solid Waste Fund, which covers our landfill and transfer station. The General Fund includes Watershed Management and Mosquito Control Services. A sales tax portion funds some water quality improvement projects. The Water and Sewer Fund support the Water Policy Program. The base budget for the department is going from $5.6 million to $5,779,000, an increase of 2.9%. Majority of the CIP includes solid waste improvement projects at the landfill and transfer station, and fleet includes planned replacement for the 7 road tractors and 3 road tractors for solid waste, totaling a total CIP of $8.1 million. There's 103.1 FTEs in the department currently. We're proposing 2 new FTEs for FY25, bringing the total to 105.1. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kim Ornberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. And I've got with me, again, Carrie Grind. She's helping us with our finances as well. We're still sharing those resources. She's been great. And I also have Oliver Bond, who's our Solid Waste Division Manager, and Shannon Wetzel, who you all know, which is with our Watershed Management. And I also brought along, she's in the back, Keely Carlton, our new Water Policy Program Manager. So if you haven't met her yet, we will be meeting with you soon. So thank you. Our 2 new positions that we're requesting is a hazardous waste technician, which is needed for the expansion of the landfill gas collection system, which has expanded over the years. We need to have additional staff to help us maintain it and to keep regulatory compliance with it. The other position we're requesting is an office supervisor. That's an administrative position to assist the director's office with the realignment and having each director's office have an admin position. I'm sorry.
Use the clicker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're driving, Kim.
Didn't realize I was driving. Okay, there we go. All right, now the fun stuff, highlights. Our education and outreach. So with the realignment, one of the most exciting things to me is the water policy program and bringing together all of our water-related education and outreach. And I know you all know that, that's one of my passions. And bringing together our water conservation program and our SERVE program, the Seminole Education Restoration and Volunteer Program, and all of our outreach activities related to water under one program. So we're excited about that. We finally completed our holistic water policy plan, and have met or are meeting with each of you to, and I'll be bringing Keely with me so we can talk to you all about that. I think we have them all scheduled. Our SERVE program, so just some good stats. Last year we had around 300 events that we did, both education and volunteer and outreach, with more than 5,000 volunteer hours. This year we're more than 150 events to date and 3,400 hours. So with that, and also, like I said, we've hired our new water conservation coordinator, Abby Matre, and she's doing an amazing job, and Keely, who just started on Monday. So we've also, some of the things we've done is we brought the new alignment of this department together, our environmental services sustainability newsletter that's between watershed management and solid waste to reach out to our residents and our volunteers and get good information out there. We've also participated or took the lead in the Earth Day St. Johns River cleanup for the second year in a row. It's one of our bigger volunteer projects that both departments participated in. I think we had over 150 volunteers. Our fertilizer program, our watershed staff has been working with the Extension Office from Parks and Rec and a DEP grant to expand the education for the fertilizer program into the retail stores, the big box stores. We've developed some training videos for their staff and made some training videos for industry best management practices. So that's pretty exciting. We've also, working with the communications team, Chris and his team have been amazing, for developing the Leaf It Out, our new campaign that just rolled out with solid waste, to try to educate people and encourage them to use paper bags instead of plastic bags for yard waste, or use containers, because when we mulch it gives us a much better product, and there's a lot less contamination, and we don't really want plastic in that. So something that we're excited about that. And finally, we are working with the communications team, and we'll be coming back next year when we draft something, a template for the Bear Can a rebate type program. I know that's been an ongoing issue, and so we're working internally, and then we'll be bringing something back to you next year to discuss. So. Me again. All right, as far as watershed, we had our restoration projects. I know you all are very familiar with the Little Wekiva, so we're wrapping up the work, all the restoration work we're doing on the Eastern Channel, just in time for the rainy season. And we are also finally received our EPA or congressional earmark for that project, just very recently, $688,000. So we'll be using that for this final cleanup and tidying up of the eastern channel. And we're also working with St. John's Water Management District staff. We've met with them a few times. They've been out with us on site to come up with a long-term protection and restoration plan. And one of the CIP projects we have that's in our CIP plan right now is to identify a permanent sedimentation basin upstream of the area. So we're looking forward to that. As far as Lake Jessup, our ongoing restoration activities there, last year we did shoreline restoration of almost 400 acres, 8,000 linear feet. I think we planted more than 23,000 plants. And this is ongoing. We've been working little by little on improving the shorelines along there for the last probably 10 years. We also have received last year a $1 million legislative appropriation that we're also working very closely with St. John's staff to come up with, to co-fund, to help cost share with them on some of the in-lake restoration. And they've got a couple of projects that they're working on right now. One's like in-lake inactivation, and one is like off-site in the old aquafiber site to do some like media, Bolden Gold type of water quality improvements. Next is mosquito control. So I know most of you all know this, but just for those who may not, our mosquito control program it serves the entire county. It's not just unincorporated. So it's a lot of area, and we have a field staff of 7 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. So it's a lot of area to cover, and they do an amazing job. And I just want to run through some of the stats. Last year, they treated over 185,000 acres. They performed over 11,000 inspections. They processed more than 2,600 work order requests. They collected over 1,000 sentinel chicken blood samples. They set 1,200 mosquito traps. They collected and ID'd almost 200,000 mosquitoes as all part of our science-based surveillance program. And this year to date, they've already equaled or surpassed on some of those, and we're just really getting into the mosquito season, the rainy season now. So they're doing an amazing job, and we're very proud of them. So. Next, our lake management program. So our lake management program currently has 23 lake management MSBUs. We have 3 that are currently in process that will be we likely be coming forward, including Twin Lake and the West Crystal Chain Lakes with the City of Lake Mary, as well as Bear Gully. We are excited that we finally hired our senior scientist for the Shoreline Protection Program, and that was an internal promotion, and we were able to hire already someone to replace that position. So excited about that. Water quality program, they do a lot to monitor and look at the trends for our water quality for our lakes, rivers, and streams. And they collected last year almost 9,000 water chemistry samples and over 5,500 samples this year to date. Let's see, and finally, last but not least, our solid waste team. They've done some amazing things too, and we're excited to have the chairman come out next Wednesday, a week from today.
Just get all that big equipment ready for me to drive.
See, I knew there was a reason.
All those big bulldozers and dump trucks, I'm your guy.
All the good stuff. I'm excited too, because I'm going to get to drive them as well. So some of our highlights this year, we've our landfill gas to energy private-public partnership. As you all know, we expanded our agreement and extended it, and some of the 2 big things with that is that they're going to construct a leachate evaporation system, which will be great on so many things. It's going to, save us costs. It's, when we get into these emerging contaminants, PFAS and stuff like that, we're going to be containing that, as well as they are purchasing a landfill gas flare for us. So ours is reached the end of its useful life, so that's saving us $800,000. and a better, I think, cost share on everything else, so. Some of the other things that we're doing, capital projects, resurfacing of the central transfer station tipping floor, which is something that's long past due. That will be brought on our next agenda, your next agenda for approval. The expansion of the landfill citizens area, which is necessary to improve efficiency, capacity, and safety. We've completed the refurbishment of the 4 lift stations that handle our leachate out at the landfill, which were woefully overdue. And we're also finalizing the telemetry system, so they'll all talk to each other and it'll be automated, which is great. Our team has done a really great job. We have a really good team, I think Oliver's brought together, and we've done a lot to improve the efficiency of the operations at both the landfill and the transfer station. And I think we've seen that throughout. We've also are finalizing, and we had to kind of go back, and we have a master plan we're working on with solid waste. And we are bringing that forward. I think we're in the final stages of that. We'll be bringing that forward to you for briefings and then bring it to the board. The operation, so one of the things too, we kind of, I didn't touch on, but I think the list had said we had 15.5 vacancies at the moment, as of, I guess last week, but as of yesterday, it was down to 5.5, so about 5%. We're really excited about that. We've had a lot of good luck working with a temporary agency, which a couple of those vacancies are filled with right now. We put them in for 90 days, and then we ended up, if they work out well, that we hire them. We've had really good luck with that, with retention of that. We had 4 that started Monday and a couple that are in process. So like I said, we're down to 5.5. So we're really excited about that. The transfer station, again, I think I mentioned this before, we've had improved efficiencies and operation, and that's working a lot better these days. Our final item on our presentation is one of our challenges that we're working on internally as well as with our partners, is addressing the recycling costs. As you all have, I know we've mentioned it previously, and as part of that, we're also working with the 7 cities, and actually we have 2 more. We have Maitland and Winter Park, who we have exclusive interlocal agreements with. We're working with them on that to address that, as well as modernize the interlocal agreements. They were all kind of done over the years at different times, and getting everyone on the same page and making it consistent and fair for everyone. So with that, I'm finished, and if you would like to ask any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Ms. Hornberg. We'll start with Commissioner Constantine.
Well, it's kind of like what I said with Johnny in the last program. I mean, you're on the firing line right now, and it's so
What a way
important.
to start out.
I'm sorry?
What a way to start out.
And, the opportunities that we have right now in all of the areas with what you're doing, Kim, I have a great deal of confidence in you and your staff, but I know the challenges that you have before you, and I'm looking forward to, I think all of it is wrapped around the holistic water policy. And so that is a major, accomplishment when and if we get it completed, and I look forward to that. And as far as everything else, please be safe with the chairman. Don't let him drive around in all that equipment. No matter what he says,
They
he
might
really
be
doesn't
surprised.
know. He may have 15 cars, but he really doesn't know how to drive all of this big, heavy equipment. You asked for it, Jay.
Absolutely. I did let my CDL lapse about 10 years ago, so there's a problem.
Fabulous.
Commissioner Lockhart.
You might have to get that renewed.
I know.
We might have other duties as assigned for you
Right.
driving buses.
I might be
around this
mowing the
county.
right-of-way out there
Or
with a
that.
tractor.
Buses. Chad, here's your first employee.
Yep. So much work. How do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. And I think that is exactly where you are all right now, prioritizing along with the county manager what comes next. There is just so much. Obviously, lake management and water quality is huge. Just reiterate, the one water, holistic water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink, is just so critical for us to figure out the direction moving forward. Once we get that established, I think everybody will then have their marching orders and things will come together much more fluidly. I would like to have, and I know we've said work session like 6 times today, and every time Commissioner Herr's eyes roll back in her head, but I do think we need to have a philosophical discussion along with a financial discussion about recycling. And I know you're bringing that back to us, but it's another thing that is becoming almost unsustainable if we don't start doing something a little bit different. And just from a personal perspective, I would love it if we could figure out a way to do composting so that residents could go and get free compost, and what a great way to deal with some of the vegetative waste. And I don't know how long that would take to get something like that pulled together, but that would be my personal little wish list.
It's such a far drive, they could buy the compost somewhere else cheaper.
No, it could be at the central transfer station.
We've started some, excuse me.
Pilot programs?
No, we've started some, we've talking to some of the local agencies and some businesses as well. So we're looking at
Great.
that. We don't have anything enough to
Okay.
talk to you about yet, but
Well, and
yes.
as far as it being a far drive, irrationally passionate gardeners used to drive out to Zellwood to Monterey Mushroom and pick up mushroom compost. I've heard. So the landfill's not that far.
Great.
While following a lynch
Commissioner
truck.
Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kim, you're all doing a great job, and as the other commissioners said, you know, there's so much going on, especially in your area, as well as other areas, that it's very difficult to maneuver through all of this, but I think you're all doing a great job. When it comes to the compost, I know we've talked about a company called O-Town, where they actually pick up your kitchen scraps and they deliver compost right to you at a small, modest fee. So hopefully we can look at something like that. I think the commissioner is spot on that as well. We did, a number of years ago, have a partnership with DOT on the watershed in Soldiers Creek about the alum system. How is that working? We spent a lot of money on that.
We are, we'd had one of the pumps was down, but it's back online now, and so it is functional now.
I know it's functional, but the question I have is, since it was a lot of money, both on the state and the county level, how's it working? Not if it's working.
It has, when it's been functional, it has worked well.
Okay.
We've had some mechanical issues with it, but
Can we get some updates individually on that? That'd be greatly appreciated, because that is
Absolutely.
quite a bit of expense. We just need to make sure that we're spending the dollars effectively enough. But in all honesty, I think you're all doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Herr?
I think you just described most Italian cars. When they're functional, they are great.
Fix it again, Tony.
So I congratulate you for not finding the extra $6,000 to get the 3%. Number one, just got that, I got a laugh from the accountant. Was that a mistake?
No.
An error? Your vacancy rate is a huge improvement, and that's fabulous. I would tell you that I think you need to check our insurance policies. I know Bill's in the room because he doesn't have a CDL license, and he just announced it from the dais, and he's going to drive our equipment.
I'm not going to drive for hire.
And I just know how that goes. On the back end, it's ugly. I actually had recycling on my list of things to talk about. I do think that there needs to be some education around recycling, and I didn't see that in the discussion. I think half of the population doesn't think we really recycle it, so they do whatever they want to do in the bins. The other half is trying really, really hard and then not 100% certain that it actually gets recycled. And there's probably some education that would lower our cost as well, and I'm sure that's in the considerations. I'm seeing other communities change what's in those bins, and I suspect that we've not changed it for a long, long time. And what ends up getting recycled is really not what we're sticking in those bins. And I'm seeing, is that yeses?
We actually have
Pull your mic, there you go.
We actually have one of the lowest contamination rates in the region, and that's part of the reason we've kind of stuck with the bin approach. When you build up to the bigger wheelie bins, looks like a trash can, people treat it like a trash can. So we actually have very good contamination rates. And in regard to the recycling outreach, last week we actually started working with Chris and his team to make a video from curb to the final destination. We're hoping to even incorporate a recycler at the final end to come up with an end product, just to visually show people that, once it leaves that curb, people see it come in the transfer station, they assume it's just one big flaw, and it's just getting commingled, and we want to kind of expunge that myth. So.
It's fabulous. And that is all I have.
Great, thank you. Well, the first thing I'll say is on the water quality issue, I think Kim's done great work there, and I think we find ourselves in Seminole County ahead of the curve, if you will, because we have funded so many lake nutrient studies through the county, which arguably many counties have not done. And we deserve credit for that from our state and DEP when it comes to what we're entitled to receive through that. The other thing I'll say about the St. John's tributaries like Jessup and those, unfortunately, as we saw in the news, don't swim in those tributaries at night because alligators are everywhere. I will tell you that I know this sounds weird and sort of corny, but I am thrilled about the tipping floor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thrilled.
Long time coming.
Because my second year here, I was asked by Fleet to come visit and showing me all the damage that these trucks were taking because they were doing the yeoman's work and the additional work of unhooking, connecting trailers off trucks and so forth. I'm like, this is so inefficient. Where's the tipping floor? We don't have one. I'm like, really? So I'm thrilled that we've got a tipping floor. So this is like 4 years coming. That's great news. Fantastic. Oliver, I can't say enough how good and well you have done out there. I've heard it from my citizens. For those that are not aware, Oliver actually has his staff go and actually pick up trash along the roadways on Osceola Road, which is in my district, because that's where everybody's hauling the trash, and we're hauling the big rigs out there, and things are flying out in people's yards. So good work. I sincerely appreciate that a lot. That's been a real sore spot in my districts, because everybody in y'all's district come out to my district to bring the trash. You take your trash out to Zembauer's district, and that's all good. But I do want to know, are we going to be enforcing these covered loads costs? And I think I've had the Sheriff's Department involved from a patrol standpoint, engage with citizens, and I know you've engaged with the citizenry, and thank you very much for it. We actually had, because unscrupulous people do what unscrupulous people do, didn't want to go into the dump because of some costs involved, and then just went on the private dirt road in my district and dumped a dump truck load in the private road that serves 20 other residents. Oh, dump truck. Thank you for going over there and picking that up. Those people, you have no idea how thrilled they were. My office was really thrilled too, because they were all just wearing Deborah out on, and then how bad the county was, and we've got to do something. So thank you very much for that oversight.
Could I just add to that? I'm sorry.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I just want to spread that thanks to my team, because
Yes.
I don't do this alone. We got a great team.
Right,
And,
absolutely.
we got they're the people on the ground doing the picking up, but we understand, we're part of that community. We got to act like it and be responsible with what we do. There's some inevitable trash and everything that's going to happen, but we try and do everything we can to mitigate that and
Right.
keep everyone happy. And like you, we've had some great feedback, so we're really happy that that's paying off.
Good. Again, thank you very much for that attention.
Mr. Chairman?
I would.
Wait till you're done. Thought you were done.
I would also share a story. Oliver may not know this because he was not here, and the then landfill manager, who's no longer here, I had made a promise to him not to share this, and I feel I can share this now because he's no longer employed. But when I was first elected, I was given a tour of the landfill. And I was given a tour of the landfill in one of the F-150 four-wheel drives, and he's showing me all the territory, you know, the Boar's Nest property and all that, which is adjacent. It was solid waste intention. And he got the truck stuck. And I said, well, just move over and let me have a go at it. And he's like, I said, I'll get it unstuck. And he looked at me, and Deborah was with us, my aide, and she goes, oh, he'll probably get it unstuck. He's like, well, you can't tell anybody. This is so embarrassing. And he says, I don't want to get a commissioner all dirty and muddy. I said, I've been in worse places than this, trust me. We got it unstuck, which was great. And he was thrilled to death. He was fearful they were going to have to call somebody else, come out there, pull us out, him be exposed for all that. It was a great adventure. Those things happen. It's typical, normal stuff. But then finally, in this recycling thing, I don't have a lot of information on it, so let's get a briefing in the fall. In my private sector business, I work with other experts that have other professions and vocations. And one I work with is a chemical scientist. And he was sharing with me that he has been working for several years with a big corporation who has now supposedly found the solution for recycling to where the costs are either completely eliminated for the municipalities, that they actually will set up a facility at the landfills, take all these recyclables, and they actually have found a technology to turn them into other products at an efficient and cost-effective rate that they can turn a profit. As soon as I get that, I'll pass it on, or maybe we can go together, or whoever wants to go. That's supposed to happen in the fall. So I think there is emerging technologies. I know and I don't know if we're still using the glass to cover roads as one benefit of getting rid of glass, but it ends up being a cost issue. You know, people always think, and if I think you have the regular citizen, oh, everybody recycles plastic and it gets built into something else. Well, we got to pay to have that hauled away in most cases, where it didn't used to be that way. So thank you all very much. We sincerely appreciate it. I've gone on long enough. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I just have one quick question, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner, I think Laurie was asking earlier, then Constantine.
Whatever. Since we're talking about the tipping floor, I know that the fire suppression system at the transfer station has been out for a number of years. Is there any schedule when you think we'll be able to repair it?
I know we've been working with facilities on that for the last few years. I know Oliver told me this morning that there's a pre-con meeting for that project.
So sometime soon?
Yeah, and I've actually, when we were talking at the break, Commissioner Delaro and I was, so I have them briefing you right after this as well.
Okay, thank you.
Or get on your calendar.
However you want to do it.
And I just want to reiterate on your point, there's a lot of emerging technologies that the state and everybody's working on recycling. So we don't want to, I really hope that we're looking at all the possibilities, because I think that it's just about ready to turn the corner, that we can start seeing a positive outcome on this as opposed to what has happened over the recent past. The one thing that I wanted to add to this, because we were all getting these, we're coming into this summer season, obviously the rainy season, but we're already seeing some blue-green algae reports and everything. Are we prepared for that? Are we ready to go out and tackle those things? Because that can be the worst thing that can happen in a lake like Lake Cal and other places like that, where just the whole summer they cannot use their lake or the other water facilities. So are we? What do we see coming down the line?
Shannon Wetzel, Watershed Management.
So we continue just to coordinate. The DEP takes the lead with the harmful algal bloom sampling, and they post all the results on their algal bloom dashboard. But typically, we work hand in hand with them. If we get a report from a citizen, we'll go out and confirm. They'll come out and sample, and then there's an SOP that Alan Harris's group has put together too, with getting the notifications out to the residents around that lake. Howell, we typically see a blue-green algae bloom in that cove area of Lake Howell about once a year. And it's still, they just sampled last week, so it's still out there. So they've got a warning because they do have some toxins. But we try to message, that's an MSB lake as well, so our lake management folks have been in communication too, just to let people know, it's not lake-wide, luckily, but still, people just have to use caution, so.
But we're staying on top of DEP also, to make sure that the worst thing that can happen is that people go out, see the blue-green, can't use their lake, and, they just get frustrated. So
Yes.
we have to be aggressive at it. It's not only the informant, but also, I know it goes across different areas of the county when I'm talking about departments. But I mean, coordinating this to make sure that we have a response as quickly as we possibly can.
Yes.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Back to garbage on the side of the road. So while we're talking about the needed covering for the transfer trucks and the fees that were associated with that if we're not covered, one of the things that I see in my district a lot is particularly outside apartment communities, people have put their trash bag on the roof of their car, on their trunk of the car, thinking that they're going to remember to drop it off at the dumpster on the way out, and they forget it, and they drive out, and it is strewn all over the side of the road. I can name...
Really?
Oh, yeah.
It's terrible.
I mean, is it just in my district?
No, I can tell you, I've seen that frequently. You can tell a community where they have a centralized garbage disposal, because you'll see that quite frequently.
centralized, okay.
So yeah, people don't want to put it in the car, they just chuck it on the roof or on the trunk. They drive out.
Yeah, these newer apartment
unintentionally
communities
or
have the
intentionally.
valet garbage service, they have accounted for it, but these older communities where there is just a dumpster and you've got to go dump your garbage in it, if you forget on the way out, it's all over, it's up and down 46A, it's down 1792, it's wherever. Is there anything from a policy perspective that we can look at to remind people, to keep the apartment communities accountable? How do we, because I hate to think that it's our teams that are having to go pick up trash on the side of the road because someone forgot. I just want to throw that out there for discussion for future, how we can help mitigate that, because it's a significant problem in my circles.
The only thing I could say that we're doing right now is we do have several, I don't know how many off the top of my head, but there are multiple roads in the county that are, we have the Adopt a Road program. And so we have multiple groups that have adopted roads. And I know the state roads have the same kind of program too, but that's just as far as, going out quarterly, or I think it's at least quarterly to go out and pick up trash along the road.
Yeah, and that falls outside of our area, the actual private collection in those communities. We handle the residential. So I'm sure there are potentially regulations or something that could be passed to kind of help with those, but it's not something we have any control over right now. The appropriate storage of garbage within a private apartment community is handled by the Department of Health. ECAP 3 teams will occasionally respond just to kind of help, because what you often see is that the community may skimp on collection, how frequently they collect, and you'll see a buildup of trash, and that encourages that behavior. People might say, oh, I'll go dump it somewhere else, and it doesn't make it that far.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
We could work with Chris's team as well, though, to come up with some, an education or outreach or, targeted, as far as that goes.
It's almost like leaving your baby in the back seat with the windows up.
I don't think it's
Babies and
anything like
trash,
that.
no.
I'm talking about being forgetful about what you've just done. Just saying.
So I think when we build apartment complexes, we ought to have signage that's required that says, please don't drive off with the trash on the hood of your car, or whatever it may be, because not all of them do have that valet service, depending on what we're building. And that was my attempt at recovering, which is probably rather feeble.
All right,
I'm just
next
gonna
up,
own it now.
Mrs.
Next
Stahl,
session.
Community Services.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
bad.
Step
We're
in, slap at
waning.
me.
We're poor Allison.
I almost had a president.
Welcome to your 1 o'clock meeting.
Or sit break, return at 1 p.m.
Did you? Did you? Okay.
Break, return at 1
says that.
p.m.
Up next is Community Services, led by Allison Thal. We have 4 divisions: Community Assistance, Veteran Services, Community Development, and Community Health. The funding slide for this department, it's a little unique. The grant funds are an estimate. As of the printing of the document, we don't have all of our grant funds included, but we are estimating about 60% general fund and 40% grant funds for the department when we have the final adopted budget. So to Commissioner Zembauer's point, we did have some increases in the department that could not be absorbed into the 3%. So if you remove the unfunded mandates for Medicaid, medical examiner, health department, the other budgets in the department did grow from $830,000 to $856,000, or 3%, but the overall budget increase for the department is 5.9%. This slide shows the budgets for the unfunded mandates, totaling $10.2 million. And in their non-base or capital program, we have a total of $2.77 million as of the printing of this document, and it includes $500,000 for the Attainable Housing Program. Total FTEs in the department are 51 in the current budget, with the proposal for 1 new FTE bringing it up to 52. And with that, I'll turn it over to Allison.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon. Allison Thal, Community Services Director. And with me today, I have my team, Stacy Smithwick, my Community Development Division Manager, Kelly Welsh, Community Health Division Manager, Jason Althouse, our Veteran Service Officer, and Carrie Longsworth, my Community Assistance Division Manager. So just this new position, this is, fingers crossed, the very last of the American Rescue Plan Act money. This is from our HOME grant. HOME is one of our HUD projects. So HUD has given us a little bit of ARP money to apply to the HOME program. We are asking for a limited-term grant-funded position to help us spend our HOME funds. We actually have until 2030 to spend the money, so it's a good length of time. It won't take us near that long to spend it. So that's my 1 FTE. So going into my highlights, we're going to start with community development. I know we had a big presentation on this last week, but just to talk, our CDBG funds have been able to assist with 5 of our nonprofit organizations with some of the larger capital projects, such as big roof replacements and bathroom renovations to help meet ADA requirements. And as Rick Durr pointed out, we were able to assist Parks and Recreation with performing upgrades at 2 of the county parks. We worked with Jamestown Park and the Kewanee Park. Our home funds have helped subsidize construction of 7 affordable homes for first-time home buyers. SHIP down payment assistance helped 8 first-time home buyers purchase homes. And lastly, we had 15 existing homes throughout the community that have been reconstructed or repaired to restore a healthy and safe living environment for those residents. And on the community assistance side, our team was able to provide permanent housing and intensive case management to over 80 homeless families. These 80 families represent over 300 adults and children. Over and above assisting our homeless families, we've also assisted 12 chronically homeless individuals actually increase their income through part-time work and Social Security benefits. Our standard individual assistance program assisted over 200 low-income households for rent and deposit assistance. And our storefront continues to be a true huge benefit to our residents, as over 900 individuals have visited the office, with 228 actually utilizing our on-site computers for our application assistance. So this, my next slide, hold on, I may have skipped for, oh, sorry, no. I'm catching up with myself. So my next slide actually shows the work that we have done for an elderly Bookertown resident who had limited mobility. Historically, she would actually call fire rescue to help her enter and vacate her home. So our SHIP funds put in place an electric chairlift, a concrete landing pad, and we were able to help widen her side entry doorway. Our veteran service officers, all three of them, continue to assist our veterans and their dependents on a daily basis. Assistance is provided equally effectively, whether it is in person or by electronic means. And as a result of our direct contact, our veteran service officers have secured over $6.6 million in retroactive monetary benefits to hundreds of our veterans. The additional financial benefits are over and above what our current monthly benefits are for our veterans who we have been helping. On the community health team, they have been busy infiltrating all corners of the county by showing up to community health outreach events, presenting at clubs and organizations, making in-home visits to provide case management to assist with securing services such as fall prevention, food insecurity assistance, and medication management. As a result of our encounters with our residents, over 2,000 referrals have been made. Additionally, with our Pool Safely grant, over 500 Pool Safely door alarms and 8 pool alarms have been distributed. This grant has also been able to provide survival swim lessons to Seminole County children ages 6 months of age and up, and approximately 25% of the registered students are either autistic or have other developmental disabilities. Super cool program. Finally, we've been able to continually work with our collaborative partners to finalize the initial launch of our opioid settlement funds. This slide identifies the 4 proposed categories our funds shall be applied to. We are currently in the process of having briefings with each of you to provide further detail, and we also shared this information with the Sheriff's Office. So our formal request for approval for the launch of this is actually going to be on the June 25th Commission agenda.
Thank you all very much for being here, and Allison, I will say that I saw you come down here with your staff and didn't miss a beat. You were not anticipating some loud voice echoing out, making some statement, so, and our apologies for that, by the way, and we appreciate your taking that as for what it was, and as always, you all are doing great work. I continue to say it. From where we originated from and when y'all came in and what type of work's taking place today, as well as collaborating not only with the other teams within the county, but those stakeholders that are not part of the county, just speaks volumes of your attention and your willingness to work through that. The veterans services, I don't know, there's a whole lot else to say there that, that we're very happy with what's going on there, that what services we provide to them and the events that we have and honoring those that make it available for us to be even here today. So we sincerely appreciate that very much. Commissioner Herr?
I have nothing to add. Job well done, great work. I would offer to my fellow commissioners that when the item, I've already had my briefing, when the item comes before us for the proposed use of the opioid settlement, that you keep a keen ear out toward prevention. We spend a lot of effort on after the horses left the barn. So prevention needs to be where we're focusing. Just a little bit of food for thought.
Mr. Delarey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your staff always done a phenomenal job, every one of the different divisions of your department. I've not yet had my briefing. That's coming on Thursday. I'm looking forward to it, and well done.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Would an additional veteran services officer be appropriate?
It would, and we've actually been able to make that happen because I do have a vacancy that I am reclassifying that is already have funded, that I'm actually reclassifying for a veteran service officer.
Okay.
So, thank you, yes.
I love the events, but I do hear that you all do a lot with very few people. You see a lot of veterans who have needs, and it's tough to get them all through in a timely way and give them all the time that they need. We know that there's not a quick conversation when it comes to those citizens who need help and time. So, okay, great.
Commissioner Constantine.
Yes, Allison, no, all of you are doing a great job. We talked earlier this week, and I'm just so proud of what you're doing. I do appreciate the fact that we're really trying to bolster the trust fund for affordable, attainable housing, and how important that is to work on that. I concur with, I haven't gotten my briefing, but I concur with all the aspects that I've been involved with opioids, that prevention is so important right now, and it's not just once they're there, housing them, everything. And so I'm excited about our grant and what we're going to do with it, and, obviously continuing to work with the state and the federal on what we can do. So thank you very much, and let's try to get back on schedule.
Yeah. So just a quick follow-up to Commissioner Herr's point. That's the exact discussion I had with staff in my briefing. The traditional models simply just don't work. Hopefully, and I'm glad to hear there's others that appear to have the same belief that I do, that, the standard, what we believe is recovery is not necessarily recovery. It's long-term recovery is what we're looking for, which is the prevention part, and ensuring once they've gotten all those services that they find their way with some oversight to get integrated back in. So great work. Thank you all very much. I think
Not agree more.
Mr. Gray has some comments to make on this matter as well.
Yes, just one comment. And yes, you all, if you haven't already, will be getting the opioid settlement funding briefing. It is on next week's agenda. But if you remember during the December workshop with the sheriff, we had talked about what we call the Hope and Healing 2, we call it, that building that's at Altamont Springs, that. We have separated that out of this discussion. Tricia Johnson and we've already had a meeting. I've actually had a couple. Tricia joined me this week, a meeting with both the Advent Health staff, with the CEO of the Altamont Hospitals, Advent Health Hospital, as well as the sheriff's staff. And one of the directions, just to make clear, that you all had brought to me told me during that discussion was that if that goes through, say if that building goes through, at the end of that 5-year period, the lease that they have with that building, that we're not left, in a sense, holding the bag and then, okay, how are we going to fund these operations? So I have been talking with the sheriff. You mentioned that, if you remember, the sheriff mentioned that yesterday. I took it from him in a sense, so we're leading that piece. Tricia and I both are leading that piece, so that will be coming to you in the next couple of months about if there is a plan, and if there isn't, what the next steps for us are. So I just wanted to give you an update on that.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next up is going to be Development Services. Does anybody need a break or anything for any reason? Yeah, we'll move on.
Oh, I'm fabulous. Is this your idea to do 2 in a row, Darren?
I don't know, historically, I thought we got through these in the day.
No.
No, I'm talking about our
Different
staff.
weeks. They were different weeks.
Well, we decided to bring him together with the constitutional.
Yeah.
But we can change.
Duly noted.
Let me know who decided that was a good idea.
Sounds
Up
like a
next is the
retreat.
Development
No
Services.
breaks. Sorry, Tim.
Development Services Department, led by Rebecca Hammock. We have two divisions, Building Department and Planning Development, and then they also are responsible for countywide impact fees. Funding for the department is 71% from the Building Fund and 29% from the General Fund, which covers planning and development. Base budgets, so this slide shows an overall base budget reduction of 22%. I will point out that in the Planning and Development Division, that does include a harbor violation trust fund balance. So it's not a true total reduction of $105,000. They did have a $148,000 reduction in the Building Fund and a small increase in the Planning and Development Fund, excluding the harbor violation. There, in the FY25 proposed budget, we have 2 replacement vehicles for building inspectors totaling $73,000. And the current FTEs are 82, and we are proposing no new positions for a total of 82 FTEs in the FY25 budget. With that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. I'm here with Lori Meeks, who is our Financial Manager for the department. I'm also here with Dale Hall, who is our Planning and Development Division Manager, and Sandy Riley, who is our Building Division Manager. I'm renaming you Randy. So just to go through a few highlights for the Planning and Development Division. As you know, we did adopt the EAR-based comprehensive plan amendments this year. And we also completed the comprehensive land development code updates finally. And they shortly should be codified through Muni Code. So we are reviewing the proof now. And the ordinance itself is up online, so we're getting very close to that being finalized. And we have begun the Rural Enclave Small Area Study that is in process. We are working with our consultant, Kimley Horn, on that project. And we've had our kickoff meeting. We've had one follow-up meeting where they've begun to do some research, get some GIS data, as well as some utility data. And we do have site visits set up with them next week. The 3 areas that we are planning to study are Lazy Acres, the Oak Hollow area, which is just north of McCulloch, north of Orange County, which coincidentally is just north of the Rocking Horse Rural Enclave in Orange County. And then the other area is the Orange Boulevard area on the west side of the county. So from the table, you can see the number of projects that the Planning Division had. This is just a sample of the number of projects that the Planning Division has processed over the last years and year to date. As you can see, the rezonings have decreased. Our site plans have actually increased, and variances are about the same. Before I move on to the Building Division, I also did want to mention, as part of the Planning Division highlights, one of the accomplishments that we have done this year is we have created a better process with the tax collector's office for the tax deed surplus. So we have a much improved process where we are making sure that we're notified of any tax deed sale surplus, and we have received over $120,000 now to go towards code enforcement liens from that tax deed surplus process. So moving on to the Building Division, some of our highlights. This actually just came to the board where we updated Chapter 40 in the Code of Ordinances to reflect the changes that were in the Florida Building Code. We have selected a preferred vendor for our land management and code enforcement software. We are still going through contract negotiations and finalizing our scope of work. IT and our consultant, Plant Moran, is working very hard and being very detailed-oriented, so we're hoping that process is going to conclude soon. And then we can bring the contract to the board. And the other accomplishment this year that I wanted to highlight was nuisance abatement. We have been successful in bringing through 3 properties to the board, which includes E.E. Williamson and 120 South Crystal View. So E.E. Williamson has been demolished and retrofitted, and 120 South Crystal View is in the process of having their demolition permits issued for our contractor to perform the demolition. So as you can see from the table here, our number of permits for building has decreased over the years, as well as our number of inspections.
The building department has a dedicated funding source. 93% of that revenue comes from building permits, which Rebecca mentioned are down. You can see we're projecting $5.9 million in FY24, and we are projecting something similar in FY25. We are looking, it's important to make sure that the fund is sustainable over the long term, so we are looking at some different options to make sure that that happens.
So as Tim mentioned, we are having some building fund challenges at the moment, and which is causing, or is due to decreased building activity. And the decreased building activity is in part due to the very high interest rates. There are very high equity requirements from borrowers currently, and there is a lot less available greenfield development in Seminole County. In the urban area, we're looking at a lot of infill development and a lot of redevelopment. And the other factor is, especially for single-family residential development, is the insurance crisis in the state. So in order to address the deficit in the building fund, we do plan to increase building revenues through a proposed fee increase. The current fee resolution does allow for a maximum of a 3% increase or the CPI, whichever is lower, with ultimate board approval. So we do plan to come to you later this year with proposed fee increases for building permit fees, as well as some of the planning fees. So we'll be proposing those at a later date. We have frozen 5 positions in the building division currently. These are mainly through attrition, retirements, or people moving on to different positions. So our plan is to closely monitor our expenditures and the fund in general, and then bring to you an update probably in the second quarter of this next fiscal year to let you know where the fund stands and what our plan is to move forward. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the building fund, this was actually put on my radar probably a couple months after I had gotten here. Actually, Rebecca, Tricia both had brought it up to my attention. So we've been monitoring it. I've been working with Mr. Jex, and the team have been monitoring it. We're a good year out. So one of the things that we're actually going to be bringing to you is just what Rebecca had mentioned to you. We're looking at different options, monitoring the building activity, and there's some of the things that we'll be able to do through attrition and other things that through the building department, but we're keeping a very steady eye on it, and I will be bringing that back to you at a work session in a couple months, just to look to if we need to look at other options.
Sure. Real quickly, thank you for allowing me to come work with y'all last week as another one of my. That wasn't a dirty job, though, because it was inside, air conditioned and all that. I'll give some observations here shortly. Commissioner Herr?
So if we bring the building fee back mid-year, can we actually impact it for this budget year?
You could, well, what Rebecca said, we're to bring the building fees to you before the new fiscal year starts. We're doing some research now on surrounding counties just to see where we are. We know that we're probably still in the lower tier of building fees, and I don't know the philosophy of this board, so I'm just getting, so before we get even into that, we were going to bring that back to you with what the current state of the building fund is, and then a couple options that we could look at moving forward.
For impact in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, that was the piece that was missing.
Yes.
With regard to the new vendor for, I think I heard land management and code enforcement, right? I just want to make sure that part of the contractual requirement is connectivity to whatever dashboarding system we're using.
Yes, so that has been discussed. A lot of the firms that we had demonstrations have their own types of dashboards. But my understanding, when we discussed it with the different vendors, is that we can use, and maybe James would be the better person to, I think it's an API to interface with whatever dashboard that the county chooses and the new software.
Okay, so in the contract was my
Yes.
request, to just make sure that we don't end up, they say they can do it in the presentation, and then they end up not doing it, or there's hidden fees for doing it, because that's very common.
Yes.
And those fees escalate outside of the contractual arrangement. And then 2.4% vacancy rate, and that's fabulous.
So-
But thank you for everything you do.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Delory.
Thank you. Rebecca, thank you and your staff for all your hard work. There's many times, I'm sure the other commissioners feel the same way, that we have questions, and you're always very attentive to address the questions, and I hear nothing but compliments from the citizens. When you talk about the 104 account, I understand that the revenue's going down, but so is the amount of permits. Can you address that as well?
So we've seen a significant decrease in building activity, especially new development.
So I can understand why the revenue's going down, because the
Yes.
permit numbers are going down.
Exactly, yes.
And so not all permits are the same. I mean, if you're getting a fence permit in reference to a house permit, it's totally different permits. So we're going to be looking at that so we can actually see the numbers, so we can compare apples to apples.
Sure, we can, and you're correct. So with a single-family home, there are numerous emails, or, I'm sorry, numerous permits that go with a new single-family home. And so a lot of what we're seeing, and maybe Sandy can speak to this, is because of the high interest rates, a lot of people are deciding to do additions, or they're doing accessory dwelling units, and they're doing alternative things instead, and staying within their existing home. And so, yes, there's different types of permits, less permits than you would traditionally see with a new structure.
But I also imagine with the technology that we're trying to purchase to revolutionize the department, there should be savings to actually process things quicker. That would actually help the cost of the actual expenditure side.
Agreed. I definitely think we're going to see efficiencies on the building permitting side, where the technology is going to take a lot of the burden off of human staff. And
So it's not always about raising fees, it's about being more efficient, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yes, and that will be helpful to us if we do have to freeze additional positions in the future through attrition.
Okay, thank you.
Just a clarification on that. I'm watching the trend and what's been supplied to us, but I note as of this year, at the end of the first 5 months, you're at over 60% of what it was last year.
7.
The 7 months still to go.
I'm just
Well,
going
it's
by
through
what
May. It
staff
starts in
just said. That
October.
Staff saying that permit
it's an
numbers down,
October fiscal
correct?
year.
Oh, that's right.
Correct.
Not
And our
October
revenues
fiscal
are down.
Well, revenues are down too, so if they're both trending down, I can see why that's happening.
Yes.
And that's what we're bringing to you in a couple months. So we're looking at all of that, so all the trends, all the permit, the data.
But yeah, like a fence permit's different than a house permit.
Right,
you know?
absolutely.
Pool permit's different
Right.
than an addition.
Right.
So we need to look at all of that and compare apples to apples.
Right.
Thank you.
And since the permits are based on, the permit fees are based on valuation of the work, so we could have a high number of permits, but those permit fees may be low because it may be for something that's not at a high valuation.
I'm going to maybe disagree respectfully, because with the high cost of construction, the permit fee should be going up because of the value of construction and labor is going up. Maybe we're not assessing it correctly.
Commissioner Lockhart?
So I would just say, having been through a permitting process recently for a structure at my house, the homeowner gets to determine what the value of the work is. Some people may not be terribly honest. I'm just saying. I mean, I've seen people write on their permits, that they were able to do a whatever, 400 square foot addition for $20,000. So they got to decide how much their fee was by valuing the work themselves. Am I right?
And you did what on your application?
I was very honest because I've seen other people in this organization in the past in building permits and public records, so.
And how much did it cost to build the chicken coop? I'm just
Actually, I
trying to
didn't
throw
have to
humor
build.
in. I'm tired. I don't know about you all,
I
but.
didn't have to pull a permit for the chicken coop because it was under the square footage required.
Yes,
good
there
for
you
you.
go.
Yeah, this was for the summer kitchen, which you can't cook in the summer because it's too frickin' hot. So it's actually a winter kitchen. So do we ever look at that number that someone's put down there and go, why don't you try again?
They do, yes, yeah. So they do, and if it's completely unrealistic, I know that the building official will question the amount of the valuation. I don't know, Sandy, can you address that anymore?
Yeah, a lot of times what will happen is they use an ICC table to determine the valuation. And so that's one way that we have found that the valuations have not been correct on the applications. And we will take that and use the ICC table valuation, as well as the building official had looked into some of the miscellaneous permits that were coming in, such as a rewire for a house. And they were telling us that they were rewiring a house for $1,000, $1,500. He reached out to some of the contractors to find out what the actual valuation was. And so he has given us a dollar amount to times the square footage of the house to determine what we believe the valuation should be. And then that is typically what is used. They always have the opportunity to provide us with an estimate that was provided to the homeowner for labor and materials, and if it's proven to be less than that, then we use that cost.
Okay. So a couple of different things. The most recent example that we had relating to the cost of construction, it's not just with pulling your permit, but also with what the doubling of that fee would be if you neglected to pull it to begin with. Did we ever find out how those fees are determined, or what percentage, or there was an unanswered question from the last board meeting that was supposed to come back to us.
So Bob did inform me at that meeting, he went back and did a quick calculation that based on the valuation of the work, his permit fee would have originally been about $500, so the double fee will be approximately $1,000.
And so the $500 original fee was based on the fact that he declared that the work on the dock was going to be
So it would have included the siding, the new siding on the
the
boathouse?
dollar amount. I'm trying to figure out what the percent is.
Oh.
What's the, what are?
What's the multiplier?
Right.
Yeah. 10%, 2%, 0.5%?
Let me find that out, and then I'll email that information.
Okay.
That way you have it in writing.
It dovetailed into the announcement that building fees are going up. And I was like, they are? So are these the building fee, or the building fees that were referenced in the public meeting, or is this what's coming to us, or is that a separate situation of building fees going up that's unrelated to the direction of the board?
One and the same.
Lovely.
So we are proposing to bring forward to the board for discussion, increasing the building permitting fees and some of the planning fees. And so we wanted to, the way the resolution reads now is that on an annual basis, we can bring forward increases to the fees that equal CPI up to a maximum of 3% with board approval.
And maybe what we ought to do is just regularly, proactively, rather than having the building department decide when they might want to, that we take the proactive approach of saying, we want to see this every 2 years,
Yep. So
whatever.
the directors and I have already, and Mr. Jix have already had that discussion, and we have pieced it this year, like you've seen. We're going to have that as part of the budget process. We're going to have a fee resolution with, and a directory with all of our fees in there. We're going to be looking then at an annual basis, and if any of them need to be updated, it's going to go through the budget process, so you all see it during the budget work sessions as well. We've had those discussions. So this year, we're just kind of piecing them together. Next year, you'll see that as part of the process.
Okay. And I know, you know, the fluctuation and the roller coasteriness of building is, I mean, that's just, the one thing that's a constant is that it's not constant. And, you know, we scale up and then we scale down, and then we scale up, and we scale down. And so I think if we're at a point in time where we know we're not having a lot of permitting, regardless of the type of permit, what a great opportunity to do some of the structural changes and modifications when things are kind of a little bit slower. So, with the whole never waste a good crisis, that would be my thoughts on that. Relative to credit card fees, and it's not just for this or for this department, but I've seen it in all of the others. Are we recouping those fees, or was that a legal opinion that we cannot pass those fees on? Because I've seen them in almost every single budget for each department.
I can find out. Do you?
We do charge a convenience fee if someone uses a credit card. So we have to budget for them, for the credit card fees, but we do recoup it through revenue.
Can we confirm that the recouping is actually paying for the fee?
Sure.
Yes, we'll find out.
I can say there are, like with animal services, we do not charge a fee. There were a couple areas where we were considering it a cost of business, but in the building department, we do charge a fee. And at the time that we set it, it did cover, but we can look at it.
Okay, all right. And then the last thing, since we brought up the chicken coop, I know that we're waiting on Muni Code to upload our latest chicken code, which we did over a year ago. So
In January, it was adopted in January.
it was just January 24? Oh my gosh, time flies when you're
But we
raising
are,
chickens.
Yeah, but we are bringing to you at the next board, at the meeting in July, to remove it from Chapter 20.
That's caused quite a bit of confusion. So maybe moving forward, when we adopt something new, just bring to us the repealer of the old.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes, the county attorney, and I, after you brought that to our
Typically what
attention, we
happens.
looked at it, we've discussed that, so
Okay.
we're working on a plan.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Constantine.
Thank you. So on a related issue, since we're going to be looking at the building fees, where are we in relation to the next time we look at impact fees?
Actually, Rebecca can answer that. I asked the same question recently, and she provided
Yes.
that.
So we've been keeping track of, we have a table, so based on what the code requires for every 4 years, this coming fiscal year is really when the studies should be performed, and then the following fiscal year is when we would bring them to you to consider if we want to increase the impact
So
fees.
24, 25 is when we're going to do the study, and then that is in the budget?
Yes.
Now?
Yes, in fact,
Okay.
Rebecca had actually sent that out to the affecting departments
Good.
to ensure they included that in the budget.
Because just to reiterate, all of us agreed that we're not waiting another 20, 25
Right.
years for
Right.
another impact fee
I
study.
think we
fact-
made it pretty clear.
Yeah.
In fact, what I'll do, we'll send you that table, because it was just sent to me a couple weeks ago when I asked the question, so I'll send that to all of you, so you see where it is, the impact fee and where it is in the process.
In fact, didn't we incorporate it in the ordinance?
It is, yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what-
So-
We have to do the study.
Yeah, but I
Right,
just
right.
wanted to
No, no,
make
I
sure
understood.
I wanted to know where it
Yes.
was,
Yeah.
because we're
Yeah.
talking about building fees, and usually we do the building fees first and then the impact fees, but it sounds like we're going to do them at the same time. The other thing that I was wondering about is, we have private provider discounts.
We do, yes.
How does that affect the impact, the fees that we're doing and the cost and the budget and everything else like that? And should we take a look at that also, since we're taking a look at building fees, if we should take a look at the discounts that we do for private providers?
Yes, absolutely.
Inspections.
The legislature passed that
Gotcha.
quite some time
Okay.
ago, that they can do that, so
Okay.
that's part of our analysis.
But at the same time, we do give substantial discounts, and I just want to know how that is affecting everything
Sure.
within the context of the building fees.
That'd be a
So
part
when
of it.
we're looking at one, we should be looking at the whole
That'd be a part of it, yes.
Yes, so if someone, you can choose to use private provider for plan review or inspections, or you can choose to use for plan review and inspections, and then we have percentage discounts if you do use the private providers. However, one of the things that has come to our attention that we do want to look at with the fee updates is that it's still a lot of staff time on the administrative side, and so we may need to look at charging an admin fee for the private providers.
And I just wanted to bring that up since we're doing the one that we should look at all of it, including that, because I do understand that you still have work despite the fact that they come in, they provide it, you've got to, verify.
Exactly, and then, but private providers still make up a very small percentage of overall permits.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner Constantine, you're good?
Yes.
Thank you. Couple things. To some of the questions that were already asked to elaborate, and I point out to my fellow commissioners, you heard some of the answers on how things are calculated. And I will tell you, my concern is this. I had a case in my district related to this, where ICC values were utilized. This was after Hurricane Ian. Arguably, the ICC square footage is not accurate for this geographic area. I ended up calling multiple contractors and even the Associated Building Contractors Association just to get an idea what the square footage would be to build a similar structure here in the Central Florida, specifically Seminole County area, and it was 38% low from the ICC number to what the actual cost was here. So when it comes to how we calculate, to Commissioner Lockhart's point, cost of permits and so forth, I think we may want to do a little more due diligence on specific for our geographic area. That is also, and I've had the conversation with the county attorney, we have some ordinances that actually use the ICC code, which caused some problems, and how that's valued versus what are the other opportunities. We also heard, which I've always had a concern with, is putting staff in a position that will never be consistent. When you ask a building official, how much for this wiring project?
Right.
And he or she picks up the phone and calls 2 or 3 of the common contractors, about how much would this be? How do we ensure that every building official carries that forward in the same context, at the same level, and how should that be updated? Or do we just call randomly just every time that question comes up? I don't think that is a viable way to, or efficient way to do it. I think we should reach out to, I don't know, Associated Building Contractors, somebody, or some other entity, urban land planning groups or somebody that might be able to point to, and then some way to update that, whether it's every 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, or whatever the case might be. Because as we know, the cost to build something today, when the economy turns, could drop 10, 15% in 2 years. And working on the honor system, I get it. But to Commissioner Lockhart's point, some ridiculous numbers out there. And of course, do we really want to put our employees in the position of questioning that without some direct measuring device that we can point to and go, well, that's not correct. So that's my thoughts on that. The other issues are the infill development and redevelopment projects. And we just recently had one of these before us at the last meeting with a shopping center to be converted to storage. And I think myself, maybe someone else had the conversation then. If we know we're going to have redevelopment, and that's really where the focus of Seminole County pretty much is going to be for the foreseeable future. Would it not be wise for us to look at certain areas and try to identify what could occur or what might occur and what may be planned in the future, either through the long-term transportation plan or the Central Florida Regional Plan, as to what may impact that area and what we should consider at some point? Or you're going to continue to have, every time an infill comes in, you're dealing with land use regulations that were designed for something that was built 40 years ago. So that's my thought process on that. Outside of that, what I didn't see in here was some technology for efficiencies of what I observed when I was visiting with you all last week. I was shocked how many filing cabinets are there. And I'm like, what's all in these filing cabinets? Well, those are historical records. Are they all scanned and electronically? Well, some were at one point, but they're not completed. And I'm like, so you got to come to these and go find some record from 2030? Yeah. And I'm like, no, this is insanity. So I would like to see us do some technology funding. Dashboards, I'm all into all these things, but we have some issues with technology through the departments that we should. And then finally, from the inspection process, are we doing anything with remote inspections on a cell phone, building inspections?
We can give the option, the inspectors can give the option to use FaceTime, and they have done that some, and it was utilized some during the pandemic.
And the reason I ask that, apparently some municipalities have gone to that solely, unless it's some extenuating circumstance that the building official has to be out there. Just a thought, of cutting costs and those. If we can leverage technology in any way, shape, or form, we should be doing it so long as it's cost effective. So anyway, thank you all very much. We sincerely appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for future reference, I think commissioners get punchy by the end of the day.
Yes, we do.
It's a long day. And Commissioner Herr is intentionally trying to annoy me right now. And I just want to.
She's squeaking.
She's squeaking her pen.
I just wanted to see which one I would upset first.
It was like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you.
Does this bother you?
I'm fine.
I would point out that I think permitting software should have cost estimators in there that would be geographically adjusted, and if we had the right technology, we wouldn't be relying on 3 phone calls to,
Right.
but I decided not to say that until we got off track.
All right.
SGTV right now is having an absolute coronary.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Innovation and Strategic Initiatives
I don't think
Department,
so.
Up
Andrew
next
Wester-Bronner.
is the Office of Innovation and Strategic Initiatives. That's led by Andrea Wesser-Bronner. She's assigned Information Technology and Resource Management Departments, which we'll discuss separately. Divisions under her office are Economic Development, Tourism, Strategic Initiatives, and Cultural Affairs.
Speaking of information technology.
Her funding is 50/50, approximately, between the tourism funds and our general fund. The general fund includes economic development and strategic initiatives. The base budget increase includes $305,000 for economic development projects that were approved as part of the FY24 budget, which had direct impact in FY25. Excluding those, the base budget went from $3.51 million to $3.6 million, an increase of 3.6%. The total non-base projects are $57,000, which includes an annual allocation of interest for an interfund loan that we have at our sports complex. There's 15 FTEs in the office, and we're proposing no additional FTEs, a total of 15 next fiscal year. With that, I'll turn it over to Andrea.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Wester-Bronner, Director of Strategic Initiatives, and Guy Cunha is here with me, our Administrator of Economic Development and Tourism. So as I sat here earlier today, I realized that I chose subconsciously to match the tablecloth. But I think there's a good analogy there, because outside of economic development and tourism, which is very external facing, I feel like the 3/4 of what our office represents, including IT and resource management, we want to blend in to support the departments. We're very much to help internal, service provisions. We are building resources for our departments. We lend many hands, including writing grants for alternative funding outside of general fund, which you'll hear and see, especially from resource management. And even a springboard for some of the departments to really think about those strategic partnerships. And hopefully, each of you has felt like you could come to me with some external partners where you're like, I don't know what department to send this professional or this business to, and that we've been able to perhaps find some strategic opportunities for them within the county. So with that, just a couple of accomplishments. I've just celebrated a year last week, so very excited. And a couple of things that really our team in the Office of Strategic Initiatives has gelled, particularly since January. So in the last 6 months, we've been able to hopefully launch that dashboard that y'all are starting to see. In Tricia and Darren's upcoming monthly report, you will have access to the SharePoint link. It's really living on our SharePoint. And then for those of you that are usually not on the VPN offsite, we're going to get some safe, secure website for you as well to continuously see all the updates to the dashboard, which will be almost weekly. We've been able to streamline our energy bills and audit what's happening across the county. We've already seen a low, but 6-figure kickback, so at least 1 or 2 FTEs have already made their sung for their bread with what's been kicked back. Thanks to Guy, we've launched the Tourism Improvement District Ordinance, and thanks to partnering with Kate, especially and her team. And very quickly, you will see a district plan, and hopefully that petition gets kicked off in the next few weeks. That's a big championship for what has happened with our department. And we've been awarded 2 broadband opportunity programs for last mile fiber, mostly in Chairman's district and certainly in Commissioner Delari's. And that almost rounds out most of the homes that had that big fiber digital divide. So very exciting, and that was really all on Spectrum's plate. Doesn't cost us a dime to get that funding here. Very proud to launch the Cultural Affairs Division, which we look forward to collaborating with you more on. And I think we've had some really great overlap with using the staff time of tourism to leverage the website and some great resources to help our cultural assets in the county. And then actually this number, just because of this month, we've now pursued $280 million in federal funding in the last few months. This month alone, $30 million. One is to basically try to kick back $10 million of the Orange Boulevard Transportation Project right back to general fund if we're awarded. $20 million is to help make our churches and our nonprofits more resilient, with the hope that $1 million of that can go to the Rosenwald Project on top of already existing funding. So, in economic development and tourism, what we're asking for in our budget is basically to launch and fund over a dozen business assistance programs that are supporting the 23,000 businesses in the county. We know we have more. That's just who pays the tax collector. This year alone, sports tourism has secured $60 million. We're thinking we're going to actually make more in this next year. Our leisure tourism group and all the marketing and all the work that they do actually supports $1.2 billion in tourism economic impact. Again, we expect, because of those efforts and now the inclusion of what we're trying to do with local cultural assets, to even get that higher and make that economic impact higher. For example, the St. John's Art Festival alone brings $7 million to the county, and we never really partnered with them. So that's just one example of a lot of things we can do to support them. And then we're hoping to launch and fund new workforce development programs supporting over 10,000 residents. That could be kids as well as, residents that need a higher wage. And then the Strategic Initiatives Innovation Group, we look to cultivate the dashboard rollout. Like I said, we have several new updates from the last time you saw it, including expenditures and actuals are now available to you. We are constantly developing new procedures, policies, and prioritization tools for countywide adoption. Most particularly is looking at what's antiquated in the admin code and really working with the departments on having, again, extra ears and heads to do some research on those fees and what's competitive around the state and the country. We're deploying organizational development and employee leadership training, which I look forward to talking to all of you about a lot more. We're bringing in those new partnerships and grants, as I mentioned, in community projects, and I just gave an example of what we're trying to bring from the federal level to Rosenwald, but many other projects. We've worked very closely with Chad's group as well as with Public Works in particular. And then finally, the rollout of a sustainability internal working group to keep going with those efficiencies, cost savings, and some really interesting partnerships that could bring new revenue streams to the county. And with that, we'll be coming back to you in July with an update on sustainability. And that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you very kindly. I'll try to be real brief. This is one of my favorite ones. It's the one, in my opinion, that most resembles private enterprise, looking for new, as stated, innovation and strategies to leverage other technologies and other funding to move the entire mission of the county forward, as well as developing new initiatives and cutting-edge technology stuff, which is pretty cool stuff. So thank you all very much. Keep up the good work. We appreciate it. Commissioner Herr.
I would say ditto. I love the energy around seeking grants that we haven't had isolated in a separate department from the departments that are doing all the work looking for the grants, which is just a difficult spot to be in. And so I think there's great things that can come from this. And it aligns with a lot of our key strategic priorities. So I think it's great stuff.
Thank you.
Commissioner Galari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see your highlights that you have Development and Cultural Affairs Division. I've not really been briefed on that yet, correct?
Right, it's just in its infancy, so we will definitely be coming back and briefing.
So we haven't really vetted it yet.
Right, oh, yeah, there hasn't been enough of a.
And actually, Cultural Affairs fell under Richter's group before, and so we just moved it under Andrea Wesser-Bronner's group.
Okay, because I'm sensing right now that this is something that, unless I missed a briefing, I've not heard that much about it.
Right, there hasn't been much, and we've been talking about when to bring that to the board, so
Okay,
you're
just
correct.
wanted to make
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
So cart and horse,
Yeah.
yeah.
And those were just some of the shifts. Same thing with training. You'll notice that training's on here. We just looked at that. We have, in Human Resources, we've been working with Christina to focus on the recruitment efforts and the employee relations
Just
and
bringing it up
benefits.
because there's been a couple things today that I've not
Yes.
yet been briefed on, and I've made notes.
Right. And we
This is just
will do that. Those
one
are a
more.
couple tweaks that we're making.
I just wish that we'd be briefed about it before it becomes part of the budget.
Hopefully you were briefed on this budget, but I'll follow up on that.
We will follow up on that.
Yes.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Yeah. So because of the shift and departments moving and things now being under one, as I'm looking at the budget detail, and Tim, you're going to have to walk me through this, and we're probably going to have to set up another briefing to go through some of these. It appears that if it in the 24 adopted budget, but whatever it is in the 25 proposed budget, the variance is showing at 0 with a 0% increase. So, as an example,
Commissioner, I know what you're speaking about. It would be an error mathematically if it was divided by 0, so we did set it up. So instead of seeing all that error and message on the report,
Got it.
we showed it as 0.
Okay, so my strategy of going down the right column is not working. I would love to see the budget from the cultural affairs, and I see what's in here. I see it's Wayne Dench, it's the Seminole Cultural Arts Council. So I get that. We're now doing it under the name of a division?
Essentially, yep. Yep.
So can we just not create stuff to create stuff? I mean, we talked about this a little bit before, and it is the end of the day, and I am feeling punchy, so please don't take this personally. But, I love a big vision, but sometimes creating a big vision makes it appear that we're creating bureaucracy that isn't actually there. So don't take a bullet you don't need to take, because you're about to get one of, why are we creating a division? I didn't even get a presentation on, I don't know what we're doing, right? So it sounds wonderful, but sometimes, especially in this organization, you're just going to catch flack. And I don't mean that I mean you. No, I mean, I'm just saying.
I don't want flack, so that's good. That's good advice. Yeah.
No, so there was something else that caught me I was a little surprised. It was an addition of a new, oh it was a new something for $50,000, and it hadn't been spent in prior years, and I just wanted to know what it was, and I forgot to highlight it.
We can come back to you, Commissioner.
The Entrepreneur Center,
No, we talked about that. Oh, Innovation Lab. That was it, $70,000 for an Innovation Lab. What's that?
It's not Innovation Lab, it's consulting, and
Well, that's
it's
what it
basically, okay, sorry, but it should say consulting. And so what it is a RFP that we launched to do some of this training that we're talking about, and it basically teaches 1,500 employees how to do outside-the-box design theory and, think outside the box curriculum, if you will. So it's curriculum and tools towards our training efforts.
So maybe we need to hone in a little bit more on which employees actually need that type of training, because I love every one of our employees, but I'm not sure that all 1,500 of them need that training.
Can we change, I'm sorry, can we change the title on that
we
as
can,
well?
we will.
Please?
If it's over a course of a number of years, or if it's over, I mean, we've not done training in this county for years. So if all of a sudden now we're going to teach all of our employees how to be innovative, I mean, we need to hit some basics, like how to answer the telephone in some cases, in some departments, and customer service. And I mean, we have so, we have cut our employees so short for so long with basic training that to launch right away into how to be innovative, I think is probably just going to be too much.
And it's much more than just innovation. It's
You're
training.
shaking your head, but that's what I'm being told.
Well, I think we are getting late in the day.
And we're actually, I have moved this under, under Andrea Westerbarner's department just recently to look at ideas to bring back to the board on our training program, because we don't have a training program, as you stated. So,
Right.
so that was, and we we were thinking about doing an innovation lab last year. That's probably why it's named that. We're like, okay, let's change it to something that, what do we really need for our employee base? And so that's,
Right.
Andrea's group has been looking at all different types of trainings with Christina assistance as well. And so all that actually is coming back. So we're not there yet, but
Okay.
we will bring that back to you before we launch anything, of course.
Okay.
And so this first step with the RFP was just to get ideas out there to look at it, but we'll bring all that back before we even move
Okay.
forward.
I clearly haven't had a briefing,
Yeah.
so,
We'll get with you,
okay.
with all of you.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Constantine.
Thank you. AWB and GE, I think it's great. I mean, I truly believe that bold moves, bold initiatives are something that can be so healthy for an organization to strive for. And so therefore, I know you're still trying to find your footing in that particular sense, but I'm all for you. I think that's great. The one thing I will say is, and it's been mentioned, there are associations out there in the arts and cultural thing that when they see something like that, they think you're trying to take it away from them. And I think that's what we're all sensitive to. That we have organizations that have worked for a long time to build up what their, I don't want to call it fiefdom, but their priorities and their programs. And so to say, that you've got a cultural thing and never hearing about it, that says, uh-oh, what are they trying to do? They're trying to take us over. So just tread lightly when we're talking about that and bring them into the discussion as opposed to just putting something out there. But the idea that this county is going to go out and try to come up with new and innovative approaches, as Commissioner Zimbauer said, that's very much, something that makes, the private enterprise so successful. And I'm excited about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up on that, on the discussion of, and I know it's getting late in the day, and we've had 2 days here, and we're all getting tired, so I don't want any of my fellow commissioners to take this wrong, but I have no interest in advising or telling our management what to call a particular department or where the particular department should go or be under or assigned to. At the end of the day, that's all on you. And if you decide that a particular program needs to go in this department, that's your management decision from the standpoint of how that should be done or what you believe is most efficient. I do believe, however, that the board should be briefed on how those movements are going to take place, if nothing more, for us to understand what that is and what division it's there for. But I have no desire to be in a particular space or not a particular space.
So just for clarification, that is not at all what I was saying.
Sure.
We were being presented with a PowerPoint slide that said a new division had been created, when in fact, when you look at the actual budget, it's not a division at all. It's a function.
Right.
So I was just making sure that we're communicating what's actual and not aspirational and making it look like it's something that it isn't.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, I wasn't trying to circumvent staff. I was just wanting to know if I missed a briefing.
It's wording.
Slip
Yeah.
through something.
Yeah.
Mr.
I think, first of all, I think this budgeting process, despite the 2 back-to-back days that we're clearly not capable of attending to, I got a text from somebody outside of the organization saying that they were searching their office for the squeak, so I apologize to the public as well.
Funny, I didn't even hear it.
Yeah. Eagle ear. We'll go with eagle ear.
To the base of my brain.
I think one of the steps for next year is that if we're moving stuff around from the department to department, there ought to be, just like you handed us, hey, guys, here's the easy cheat sheet for, so you don't have to go binder to binder, that department to department document could exist as well and just get us, because you can't leave the formula in there, it'll show error and you'll get yelled at,
Right.
like, no. So I think the way you did the numbers was great. We just can't map it, so.
I get it.
Give us
I get
the
it.
breadcrumbs.
And just real quick, the reason we did these back-to-back is because the feedback I got from the board last year about having them 1 month apart, we lose the continuity of the budget and the revenues and all that. So I'll work with all of you and get your input, and next year when we set the schedule up, we don't have to do it all in 2 days.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that it's the back-to-back. The back-to-back with less than an hour for lunch and no real breaks that's the issue, is that
Okay.
we just got to pace ourselves.
Well,
And quite honestly, we have lots of discussion that's outside of a budget discussion. And that's
Amen.
probably not what we prepared for, so,
Amen. Agreed. And we've had one moving target.
yeah.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. It is getting late in the day and late in a 2-day session, so we are getting a little punchy and grumpy and.
These last couple of good ones.
Yes. James G., IT.
Howdy, howdy.
I like that better, James G.
Yeah.
Up next is information technology. It's led by James Garutzos. And you can see the division/services that fall under the IT department on the screen. 91% of the department's funding comes from the general fund. The tech fund is a sub-fund of the general fund. We break it out separately because we do receive revenues from our fire department and our cities. They manage some of the refresh of the mobile devices on some of the vehicles. The overall base budget in the department is going from $4.3 million to $4,449,000, which is an increase of 3%. The technology non-base budgets include $1.9 million in FY25, which is primarily related to standard technology refresh. There's 69 FTEs in the department with no proposal for new FTEs. And with that, I'll turn it over to James.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, County Attorney. James Garutzos, Chief Information Officer. Joining me is Ms. Laura Reamer, our department's fiscal coordinator, and with whose help she helped me create the budget, so I want to thank her for that. It's a lot of work to get this done, and I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. So just as you see on the next slide, which I have my handy-dandy clicker. Oh, I'm going backwards. There we go. Since last time I presented, information technology has been able to support 8,000 service requests through various means, whether it's we've taken over the old clerk accounting area, and that's our new help desk area. And so people can come to the counter, through email, phone calls, service requests, and, you know, that's been I think we've done a really good job improving since the board approved us insourcing our IT area. We've also added 37 new services, which are basically projects, with the help of the departments we serve. With regards to vacancies, at the time of the report, we had 7 vacancies. I'm glad to announce that 2 of them have been filled. 2 of the positions are brand-new intern positions, and 2 of them were vacated last month. So we do have 1 position that is longer than 90 days, which is our benchmark. We want to fill a position within 90 days, so I have my little report here. So doing pretty well with that. Some highlights as far as accomplishments working with the departments we serve. We completed the animal abuse registry, the law office automation. It was very nice to give Kate an opportunity to have a new system with her running her new area, and I think it's been pretty successful so far. The carrier replacement, as many of you know, we had a previous carrier that caused a lot of issues. We've replaced that, and that's actually, because of that technology upgrade, you'll see in the budget we've saved some money. You can see tremendous decrease in our telecommunications costs because of that. Cybersecurity enhancements, this board has been extremely supportive of our need to make sure that we're as secure as possible, and I appreciate that, and we've put a lot of money and time into it, including supporting the new Florida statute that requires counties and local governments have cybersecurity awareness and a framework for us to support cybersecurity measures. And camera deployments, again, both physical security and cybersecurity, we're supporting both of those efforts. So one thing I wanted to spend a few minutes on when speaking with the county manager is discussing kind of a follow-up from our board retreat. What's the vision of IT going forward? Since the time I've been here, this board has been very supportive of technology. We've grown the department, we've identified needs, the board has been very receptive to figuring out ways to improve the county through technology. And with the arrival of Mr. Gray, and then creating an innovation group that Andrea leads, it's very clear that there are 3 parameters that we're trying to improve upon. One, the board wants to be as transparent as possible. There's a lot of information that's available, that could be available, but it's a challenge to get out, AKA the dashboard. And so how do we take this information that citizens want and present it in a manner that's understandable and convenient to them? Innovation in general. I know Andrea is very passionate about it. We've been risk-averse in the past, and I think and cost-conscious, which is, again, laudable when financial constraints, but as we continue to look forward, our citizens demand services, and if we're going to do that, we need to be innovative and take some risks that we had in the past, and we're seeing that with some of the new programs, and IT needs to be prepared for that. And finally, the county manager has told all of us we need to be ambassadors to our citizens and residents, and that means service quality. And that starts with the technology, whether you go to the website, whether you use an app, whether it's the field staff working out there. If they don't have the technology to get their job done, that affects service quality. So what is our vision? We want to be the engine of innovation here for the county. We want to provide, just like the chairman said, if there's a technology solution, he wants to see it. You all have mentioned it. If there's ways to become more effective and efficient using technology, that's a great thing. And provide stakeholder-focused services. So the goals of this new organization, as I briefed you all, there's basically 4 dimensions to this. We want to increase capacity, moving us to a high-tech model versus a plan, build, run model. We want to increase our capacity. Again, we don't want to staff up to the peaks. We want to have a sufficient level to manage and then build, whether it's staffing or business partnerships. So as projects come online, if those staff is temporary, we bring them on, but we don't have to retain them permanently, thus not having the overhead. A key part to this is resiliency. I know many of you have talked about how do we get this information and leverage it, and not just from 8 to 5, but 24 hours a day. And resiliency is going to be necessary. One example, when we had one of our vendors had an issue with phones a number of months ago, cellular service, because we had set up 3 redundancies, the fact that we had that third redundancy allowed us to get back online quicker than we would have in the past. Well, that kind of mentality needs to continue to spread out throughout the organization, not just for the fire department and utilities and other critical systems. We need to do that all around. And then as far as service quality, Commissioner Herwin was at the board retreat, and she said, I love that we have a concierge service, but I want it for everyone. We want our field staff to have the same level of service that I have, and we want to move towards that as well. So how do we do that in a cost-effective manner and make sure that everyone's getting the technology they need at the right time? So as far as new capabilities, first and foremost is business intelligence. As you've seen from the demo of the dashboard, we have the technology, just like the $6 Million Man, but now we need to look at the data and figure out, that's an old reference if you know $6 Million Man. If you, no, silence, okay.
Maybe the boomers only remember that.
That's right. But the data in itself needs to be of a quality that you can make actionable decisions. And I think what we're going to find is that some of the data is great. Some of the data that the systems that are capturing the data, it was not purpose-built to do dashboards, and so we're going to need to spend some time ensuring that the data is not only being captured but transmitted in a way that will make for decision-making. We talked about a skunkworks team. The county manager called it a fix-it team. Bringing people from out the county, regardless of discipline, to solve a problem. And to support that, we need very high-skilled technologists beyond their niche skill set. So we have a lot of generalists. We have a lot of folks who are good at a specific job with regards to network or servers. But what we're going to need is folks who can take a multidisciplinary approach, work with folks throughout the county, and come up with these innovation solutions. Capturing telemetry is another key area. If we're going to start collecting from sensors and remote systems, we need to capture that in a manner that's almost real-time or real-time so that it can be effective. Vendor management. This is an area where, again, I think the synergy of having strategic initiatives, IT, and resource management is vendor management specifically. We do a good job of procurement. Purchasing does a great job, but once the departments have it, it's on their own to manage them. And sometimes that's great, and sometimes it's not. With regards to IT, we focus primarily on the scope of work. We talked about the requirements, but what happens when the marriage ends? And how do we manage that contract throughout there? I would like to really increase that and make sure that we hold vendors accountable to their terms and service and build a negotiating team. And that's something that Andrea have talked about. Maybe it's not just purchasing that does the negotiating. We find subject matter experts and come up with a way to really address the challenges that you have as we rely more on vendors to produce the solutions that we need. And ultimately, we're going to need to get to a 24-hour operation. Today, we are on call 24 hours a day. If there's any need, we have folks that are on call, but that's a 1 or 2 hour turnaround when by the time they wake up and figure things out, that's not a 10-minute or instantaneous. That's what a 24-hour service operations would do. And finally, telecommunications. One of the things Andrea and I have talked about is she's asked me, because she's been running the broadband, well, who is in charge of telecommunications? I said, well, emergency telecommunications has part of it, I have part of it, traffic has part of it, it's kind of all over the place. And so what we've established is a monthly meeting to kind of coordinate the efforts, but ultimately we want to build that up because the backbone of everything we do is telecommunications. And whether it's providing advanced services to the citizens at our buildings, providing opportunities to improve broadband as we are through the federal government, that's going to be necessary for us to really show the value as we move forward. So as far as create new capacities, this board has approved last year interns. We have posted our 2 interns. We have one for cybersecurity and one for help desk, so they're being recruited as we speak. I see us moving with more educational partnerships. We're working with UCF. I'm part of the Lake Howell Cybersecurity Working Group, Advisory Group now. again, there's a lot of areas that that IT has traditionally not played in, and this newer realignment has allowed us to kind of say, going beyond our service role, really be partners with the community. And as far as business partnerships, working with the 3 cellular companies, that's been the immediate need, not only from a broadband perspective, but ensuring that, when you're in this building, regardless of your cell phone provider, it's going to work. Right now, Verizon is our only provider that provides in-building repeaters. Our goal is to have all the providers in all the buildings, because this way citizens demand that not only from a safety perspective, but from accessibility. So the thrust of this 5-year unfunded plan is to first start at transforming the organization that we have from being a plan, build, run to being a high-tech organization, which is reclassification, looking at skill sets, attracting the right talent, putting in the governance and the culture that's going to attract and retain the staff that we need to move forward. The second part of the first year is business intelligence. Again, bringing data scientists. When you all were discussing the potential to do an audit, and Commissioner Hurd said, I don't think our staff is capable of doing that. I totally agree with the Commissioner. We don't have data scientists here who could do a forensic audit. I think if we continue to move forward with business intelligence, we would have that skill set, and we will get there. So with that, that is my presentation. I thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, sir. And I will start with Commissioner Constantine.
I think we've gone through this time and time and time again. So, James, Laura, just let's move forward. Let's keep it going.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Talking about vendor management, I think that's a huge issue for all of our, not just your department and your wheelhouse, where that is, an opportunity to get a better bang for the buck. Thinking back to yesterday and the work, the development work that the clerk's IT brigade is supposed to be working on, could we not have some type of contract for service with them to do that work, and so that then we can manage that contract for making sure that the delivery occurs on a particular project? Or would that model only work with for-profit outside entities?
It certainly can work, Commissioner. The problem, anytime you do an interlocal, and it's hard to penalize it, because ultimately, you're talking about tax revenue between one group and other. So, if I have an agreement with the property appraiser and I don't do it, sorry, it's still going to cost you that much because we're part of the family. I think it can be accomplished. It's just, the challenge always is, as someone who worked at the sheriff's office, when I look at the phone, if the sheriff's calling me or the county manager's calling me, I'm picking up the sheriff first. The clerk's folks, they're going to pick up. Sorry. Well, if I worked for the sheriff. Now
if you worked for the
yours.
sheriff.
Right. Now I pick up yours. And I think for the clerk staff, the clerks, obviously their priority is going to be there. But as far as building a contractual relationship that either we provide services or we support or they insure, yes, that can be done.
The animal abuse registry was one that came to mind,
Right.
because there was a lot of this going on of, who was actually paying for it, who was doing the work. And so I just feel like if there is a legal way to have a tighter rein on that, so that the money that we are allocating for a product, we have some way of knowing what the benchmarks are in delivering the product, regardless of who the delivery person is. Anyway.
And I would say in the past, that amount of money in that service would be done free. We do services for them all the time. They do services for us. That shouldn't have come to that threshold, in my opinion. That should have just been, hey, we have this need that needs to get done. This is a relatively small ask. We do that on the telephone side. We don't charge them extra. We just get it done. So, but I think for larger efforts, absolutely, some type of interlocal would be required for that.
Yeah.
And it's a
I mean,
good idea.
if we had given $180,000 to a private firm to produce a software product or some, and, you know, they would be in breach of contract.
Correct.
So I just want to get a clearer understanding of where we are with those types of projects.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. James, for a number of times that you've sat in front of us through the budget process, I've been very critical about your department. I have seen. I have. I'm talking about the past. I'm not talking about today. I said a number of times in the past, I've been very critical about your department. And I've seen a significant, if not totally different direction in the positive. I want to thank you and the leadership. I know you report up to Andrea, and I know that with that leadership and you've done a phenomenal job with your staff. And I want to thank you, your staff, and Andrea and her staff for all the hard work that you've done over this past year. I have no criticism at all. You've made a turn. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Andrea.
Commissioner Herr?
Can we talk about this slide?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I will tell you, I was going to, after he finished, tell you about this. However, I thought, let's go through the questions first, and then I'll do it at the end. What I tasked James to, especially after our retreat and the KSPs that you had, that IT was on there from before I got here, and then you reinforced that in April with your last retreat. I told him, I was like, if funding is not an issue, and you know what the board wants, the direction we want to go to, map out. Now, this year one doesn't have to be next year, but map out over a 5-year plan where, in your mind, do we need to go that we can share with the board so we can, so we're going in the right direction that you want us to go to, based on the KSP that you had put in. So I'd asked James to go through go through this, put this together. He's met, Andrea and James and I met a couple different times over the last couple of months, and I just wanted him just to share it with the board of the direction that, make sure we're going in the right direction with our planning.
It's a
And we could get more.
$6.3 million, and I'm assuming these are recurring.
That's correct.
I mean, I don't know about you all, I'm surprised it made it past all of you to this, but I don't know that that's doable.
Unfunded, we don't know what year it starts.
Well, I know, but planning to never do something, you should just not plan. So I don't want to be back there. That's where we were. This is real. So I think this is worthy of a whole separate conversation that needs to happen, where detail is put through here, and then we start striking stuff off of the list, because, a run rate of $9 million a year roughly is probably above where our tolerance level is, given the size of the budget. And I don't know that you would think that's the wrong answer, given how fast you nodded your head, given if you run $1 billion budget, should you be spending $10 million a year on technology?
On top of the base budget.
On top of the base budget tech that's already in there.
Correct.
Yeah, very good point, probably not. And so that's a dream list that has to be worked through. But so I don't just want it to let it sit there and then us not openly have a conversation about it. So I'm supportive of the conversation.
Is that it? On that. So the unfunded 5-year plan itself doesn't bother me initially because it is, quote, unfunded. I understand the exercise that was undertaken. But this would have to come with a ROI for me. And look, I'm all about technology, and it's the old adage, be careful what you wish for, and be careful what you ask for, which we've clearly asked for higher technology. But is it the level of technology that we really need to build the efficiencies? But at the end of the day, this department could arguably be the most important one in this organization, because without it, nothing really can get done. In addition to that, if you can leverage technology, and I think bring to this board that certain efficiencies with technology have a payback over a period of time, return on investment, then I think we can have a dialogue and good, candid conversation. But at the end of the day, it ultimately ends up in a push-pull benefit scenario. With new technology comes resistance of staff who have become acclimated to a certain process, a certain software, a certain way of doing things. And that's being pushed, and eventually, when they're forced, and 60, 90 days later, after they've gone through the brain damage of learning the new system, it's like, oh, this is great. I've got much more time to do something else. That's typical. And so, for me, it's all about great exercise. I'd like to know more detail. What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks? Those types of things. But otherwise, I think we're moving in the right direction from a technology standpoint, much further along than 2018 for certain. So that's the only comments I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anything else from Board Commissioner Lockhart?
Just a quick follow-up, talking about back when we had planning up here discussing files and the need for digitizing and what have you. Do you have in your budget the digitizing needs of departments? No. So we used to use Pride to do all of that sort of thing. I don't know if any of our departments still use them.
I don't know, but we can look into it.
Okay.
We'll find out.
It's a, cost-effective way to get all of that stuff, at least the backlog done.
We have the capability on base as the document management system. It's used throughout the county. Various groups use it to sustain, but to catch up, that would be a good example of using it. Service to kind of catch up.
Yeah.
The challenge is it's still an effort because you want to index it, because if they just throw it into La La Land, you'll
Right.
never find it again. So
Agreed. I
So
just
there is
thought-
an effort.
okay.
But,
All right, thank
but
you.
once it's indexed, absolutely, to
Right.
have someone physically put that in, that's a great thing.
Maybe we buy a big scanner and bring a bunch of interns in, IT interns.
Sounds like I need, Tim, I need
We've
more
all
money
been
for
through that
interns,
nightmare.
by the way.
Let the prisoners do it.
Sounds like a UCF project. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Not if you ever want.
Commissioner Herr, I think you're departing?
Unpacking.
Okay.
I would like to squeak the pen one more time before I
Please
leave,
do.
though, just for the record.
Can I borrow your pen?
Can I borrow your pen? I'll hide it up here. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Good luck.
It's almost over.
Thank you, Commissioner Herr.
Thank you. Next up is Resource Management, Ms. Lori Bailey Brown. And if one of my fellow commissioners will, if needed, control what happens, I've got to take a quick break.
All right.
You're next
You're
in
next in
line.
line.
Okay.
Geographically,
No
you're
worries,
next in
I
line.
get that. We're hearing from Resource Management. Mr. Tim Jex, would you take us off?
Sure, I'll say a few words. Up next is the Resource Management Department, led by Lori Bailey Brown. You can see the divisions under her department: Financial Management, Grants, MSBU, Purchasing and Contracts, Print and Mail Center, and Risk Management. The total funding in Resource Management, it is skewed towards MSBU. It's representative of all of the MSBUs that they service. We also have our internal service funds, which include property liability and workers' compensation, and the remaining 7.9% comes from our general fund. The department's total base budget increase is 3.7%. But if you look at our MSBUs, which is a function of revenues that have been collected, and this is really a true-up of fund balances available on those lake management services and solid waste MSBUs. If you take those out, the overall budget in the department is reducing 6.3%. We are still looking closely within risk management at the, that's a self-insurance fund, so that may be updated, but you can see across all of her programs she did have budget reductions. The mail center print shop reduction, that's a function of the election and some printing that we do related to that.
Excuse me, Tim, you got a minute? Commissioner?
So we had in your budget printing for the election? Was that done for the supervisor elections?
The print shop does perform some printing
And
functions.
and
for-
mailing.
And mailing, yes.
And so do we bill him for that?
We do have internal cost allocations. We do. They're both general funded programs, but those costs, it's not part of his transfer budget, but it is part of the total program budget for the supervisor.
So what,
I did not, that's,
I-
it's,
right?
this is
I did
something.
not know
yes,
that.
Me either. This is good.
so,
For me
yeah.
to know.
so that might come into play in our conversation
Yes,
later.
Yes, I know where you're going. Yes. Let me work with them, and I'll bring that back
Okay.
with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Because my understanding of
Gavel's yours.
that it was captured, and this is me, this is not them. My understanding then when we did the back charges, that it was captured in the supervisor's budget. So I'll get clarified on that, and then we will brief you all.
All right, and certainly update the chairman, because
Yes.
the epiphany occurred while he was out of the room.
And I'll just add, his major contract billing, there are major prints that we can't do in-house, but the
right.
smaller things we do.
Okay.
Right.
Understood. Thank you so
Talking
much.
about the printing?
Yes.
Yes.
So the one-time budgets for resource management, what you can really see here in FY '24 is the final ARPA budget stabilization. You know, that was why it was sort of overstated for FY '24. There's an inventory management software in the FY '25 budget for $8,000. There's 41.5 FTEs in the current budget. We're proposing no new positions, and I will now turn it over to Lori to talk. Oh, excuse me, there is one new position. But there's also a reduction of one position, so it's net no FTEs, one grant-funded position being proposed.
That's right. Thank you, Tim. Lori Bailey Brown, Chief Financial Officer and Resource Management Director. I'm here, I'll introduce my team. I've got Michael Eason, who is our MSBU Program Manager, as well as Bill Tailcamp, our Risk Manager, Stephen Kuntz, our Purchasing and Contracts Division Manager, and behind me I have Ryan Schweitzer, who's the Financial Administrator for Fire Services, and Swan Nguyen, who is the Financial Administrator for Public Works. And to start things off, to talk about staffing, one of our highlights for our department is hiring our new Purchasing and Contracts Division Manager, Stephen Kuntz. He has hit the ground running and brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in contract management. And he's helping us bring that purchasing policy to the finish goal, to the finish line. In the next month, we're briefing with all of you again for one final rally on the purchasing policy, and we see some improvements. The thresholds are really going to help move things through. He's also worked closely with Public Works of late in construction management and bringing contracts, construction contracts specifically, through procurement and the solicitation process. So with that, glad to have you, Stephen.
Yes, we are.
Some other highlights here are the grants administration. George Woodring couldn't be with us. He's in a training right now, but he's been working very closely with the Office of Strategic Initiatives and has administered this year 32 grant applications with 20 awarded, totaling $26 million. There's 12 pending at $240 million. And we're also working on the grant management policy as well with the Office of Strategic Initiatives to get that refined. It's due for revision, and that will bring some efficiencies to the process of grant applications as well as getting them approved. On the MSBU front, we are about to bring forth our 24th Lake Management MSBU with the Twin Lakes for a total of 379 MSBUs. Most of those are the street lighting districts. Michael and his team have been working closely with communities with these streetlight conversions with FPL and Duke, and just making sure that communication is clear for those residents involved in the upgrades. And we've had 10 of those this year. They're really picking up, I'll add.
On the risk management front, we're very excited to be nearing the end of our process for obtaining the new risk management information software. That's going to significantly help risk management with their efficiencies and maintaining the information that they use on a daily basis. It will also help all the departments countywide in submitting their incident reports to the risk management electronically. In addition to that, I'll mention the work groups that we've started this year. One being the payroll work group, which is improved communication between the clerk's payroll office and human resources, and certainly resource management, just making sure that issues are addressed and communication is fluid, as well as our criminal justice information system work group, which we've been able to share information across many areas that didn't maybe get together and discuss those previously. Discussions have been enlightening. I'll mention that James Grutzos is also a major player in that work group and is helping understand the needs and where we want to go in the future with criminal justice information. Oops. That's the end of my presentation. We're here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Constantine?
Good job.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Excellent job. The only question I would have is related to MSBUs. We sometimes use MSBU as an interrelated term for lake management. It's just kind of how we wind up doing that. And of course, the lake management team was here earlier, and I should have asked this question, but for sitting down with the lake liaisons and developing their budgets, and we talked about this a little bit in my office last week or the week before, who sets the timeline to determine when you meet with the lake liaisons to determine what the year's upcoming budget should be? And how, can you walk me through that? Because I'm hearing conflicting reports on how that works.
Okay, I'll start with that. That in the beginning of the year, usually January, Michael and his team prepare, they get together with liaisons, they certainly communicate to organize those. Since the pandemic, they're doing those virtually now, which has made it a lot easier than the face-to-face in-person meetings we had. So Michael's team, the MSBU program, organizes the time, and then they're doing them virtually.
So at some point, the lake management team would need to be included in that to have the, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I apologize, that's right. The lake management team is also at those meetings. It consists really of two parts, the financial part, but also the plans from the lake management team on what's to be done with the lake.
So I think there might be a cart-horse thing, because I would think that the lake management team would help determine what the plan should be, that would help inform MSBU what the funds should be, and then talk with the citizens about whether or not they want to keep their rates the same or increase their rates depending on what projects they may want, and then present a budget. Because I think what's happening is that budgets are getting presented to the lake liaisons, they've already been potentially identified, and then they're like, here's your budget for next year. And the liaisons didn't have the opportunity to give input with lake management on what it was that they might want to do. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I know you mentioned this to me recently as well. So I'm going to follow up with Kim Ornberg and the whole process, so we understand and the right, I guess in the right sequence, everything should happen.
Right, because if we're starting in January with that process and the budget, and here we are in June, that's only 6 months to get all that done before it comes here, and that's a lot to get done in 6 months. So maybe you need to start in November or October or for the following year rather than waiting until that year. I think there's just opportunity for communication improvement.
Right.
Thank you for that feedback.
And process improvement there, too.
Yes. And I would say the budget that Michael and his team are bringing is like kind of their proposed, based on the information they have, and they do try to keep a dialogue with the liaisons, if there's something they don't like about it, that would be the opportunity to amend it, to bring it forward, but I certainly know that we can take that feedback into consideration and move the timeline up.
For whatever it's worth.
Commissioner Delary?
I'm good, thank you.
Couple things on the MSBU for lake programs. I haven't set, I was a liaison at one point up until, I don't know, 9 years ago. The way it historically happened was that the county staff would put on a presentation based on their analysis of the conditions in the lake. They would invite the community in, including the liaison, have a work session, answer the questions of the residents, et cetera, give a care and treatment recommendation and the cost associated with that, and then determine if that was going to fall within the realm of the collection that was anticipated as it was last year, whether it be an increase or decrease. And then that whole dialogue would happen, and then a liaison would ultimately make a decision based on the input from his community. If we're going to go back out and have everybody vote on it again, I think that's going to be a long, drawn-out process.
No.
No, I understand.
That
No,
wasn't
I'm
what I
not-
was saying.
I'm not saying that's what you said.
Okay. Phew.
I'm just making it clear to them, that's not the expectation I think that anybody has. But when it was all pretty seamless from our lake people, MSBU people were there, and it was an evening meeting for the community, answer any questions. FWC was there, DEP would be there answering questions about certain things.
Okay, we've never had that treatment, by the way, unless it's been special for you.
No, it wasn't special for me.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I interrupt you for a moment?
No, sure, go ahead.
Because it actually took place on Lake Pickett. That's where, one of the times I met you, the first
This
time.
board, before I was elected, appointed me as the
I know that.
liaison.
And then the other one was Horseshoe Lake as well.
Correct,
Those are the two lakes that process actually took place.
correct, yes.
That I know of.
And Kim Ornberg was 100% involved in that process way back then.
I believe Briquette was another one, if my memory's correct.
Correct. And then on the Pickett and Burkett, there was a joint meeting, there was an additional meeting because Orange County had part of the lake, Seminole had part, so there was an additional meeting of the citizenry, the liaisons, and staff from both counties to come together to agree if they agreed upon the treatment recommendation and the cost associated
And
with
what
it.
made it more complicated was Orange County was doing MSTU, we were doing MSBU.
Right, correct. So they were
More
paying.
complicated.
They were paying 25 times more than our residents because it was based on their tax assessment. So that's that, and I think Kim Ornberg would be a good resource historically to understand how that all went down.
Shannon was here, too.
Mr. Telkamp, in your division, and I preface this with, I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to tell somebody how to do their job, because that's not the case. I'm acutely aware of, before I'm accused of doing that.
But here I go.
I have a concern about automobile insurance claims, low-speed impact collisions, and how we are processing those as far as a decision whether there's going to be a paid settlement versus we are going to push back on that and actually defend a particular claim. Since I've been here, there's been, I think, only 2 or 3 that have come to us that were larger numbers, but it doesn't come with the technical detail. And for me, it's more about the technical detail of making the decision. And so that's just an observation I have. I'm not sure how that process is working through the county attorney's office and your office, but I would like a briefing, if possible, on how that process is working from the time that the claim is made. What data are we gathering before a decision is made to whether we're going to defend that case or whether we are going to just arbitrarily write a check for X amount of dollars? If that's something y'all could help me with.
Certainly, be happy to brief you on that.
Great.
Bring examples along with it.
Perfect.
Sure.
Thank you. And then when it comes to procurement, procurement has been a long overdue in need of some assistance, in my opinion. Some areas that have been troubling to me since I've arrived here is when RFPs and RFQs go out and they come back in, and then we have a group of individuals here at the county who sit on a ranking and review panel, and I'll just arbitrarily take one. I'm not saying an exact example, but I'm going to say building a new fire station and how that award and how that's going to be ranked and awarded. And I look and I'll see somebody who's sitting on that ranking panel that arguably is a clerical position or is expert in administration. And I go, what does that individual know about construction? What do they know about delivery methods? That's concerning to me. I think there should be subject matter experts sitting on that. Likewise, a civil engineer may not be the best person to sit on some other RFQ or RFP that's not related to civil engineering. What I would like us to consider is our staff look at a procurement model with certain thresholds that maybe the county manager has authority to approve. There could be some staff level at a lower level, but anything over a certain level should be brought to the county commission board, qualified, unranked, for the Board of County Commissioners to make those bigger decisions, is what I'd like to see. Just food for thought.
Mr. Chairman?
I get that.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Delory.
we used to do that. It worked out fine. That's how we did a lot of the big projects, if not all the big projects that I can remember for a number of years in this county. And I'm talking about all the water plants, all the additions that we had on utilities, as well as Boom, as well. I mean, I could go on and on and on. All the large projects came unranked.
Well, I won't go into all the examples, but some examples that I will tell you that concern me is we have some fire station examples that have arguably not gone well. We have in Commissioner Lockhart's district a infrastructure project that hasn't gone quite well. So there's a lot of concern there to me, and I also have a core value opinion as an elected official. If I have to answer to the voters and the taxpayers of this county, then I, as an elected sitting official, should be the one on the hot seat making tough decisions for large financial decisions, and not at the staff level that may cause problems for upper management and so forth.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I have a fundamental difference, and I will say, I understand that the hot seat is here, up here, and I would agree with you that any one of the commissioners can take something and pull it out and say, okay, I'd like to have a harder look at that, as I recall you did when we went ahead and looked at the sustainability.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, and I agree with Commissioner Delory, that this is what we used to do, and I think that's Roth with Peril. When they used to come up here with a little sheet of paper with 5 of us.
Oh, I remember that.
And say, okay, which one of these groups do you want? When the fact of the matter is, they may not be total experts at it, but I definitely don't feel that I am, when I wasn't there for the whole thing, and then I'm just going to make a decision on a piece of paper as to 1, 2, and 3. Now, if we want to have a little bit more input or information, I understand that. I think we can do that through the county manager. If we want to pull something out, I think that we have the right to do that as a commission. But I certainly don't want to go back to where we were and we were ranking them ourselves and we were doing it. That, when it comes to something like engineering, air conditioning, I could go, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this in different areas. I'm just saying that I have to rely on the county manager and the staff doing their job to come back to us with a recommendation. If we look at all the details within the context of their recommendation and we feel that we need a closer look, I'll be 100% in agreement that we could have the right and should do that. But on a daily basis, on individual decisions, on big ticket or not, I think that we still deserve a recommendation, and if that recommendation is sound with the input, I don't want us to be ranking them like we've done in the past. I think that, quite frankly, I would rather, take it and say, I've got the right to take it off of the agenda and have a deeper look, then I would like to do that as a regular basis that we do it every single time. I always felt uncomfortable.
So to be clear, I'm not advocating we have a ranking sheet like
Thank you.
Like we did.
Thank you, because that scares the living daylights out of me.
And I realized that was uncomfortable for you to rank those.
Well, it should be uncomfortable for all of us. It really should be.
And so I'm not advocating that at all. They should come to us already qualified, meaning every one of those are qualified. Every single one of them are qualified for the position. And then the board could either ask for a presentation from the top 3, 5, whatever that number is, and then make a decision from there. Commissioner Lockhart, then Commissioner Delary.
So this is really not related to the budget.
That's where I was going.
Well, we've talked about a lot of things today not related to the budget.
I understand. I understand. But we also are missing a board member who might have a very strong opinion about this conversation. And I think it warrants its own discussion as a part of the purchasing admin policies, possibly.
Which we're working on.
We've been waiting on that for a minute. Sorry that you're the delivery person here. I don't say this very often, but I'm with Commissioner Constantine on this.
Why do you say you don't say this very often?
Because I don't.
90% of the time.
This one I'm with you on. So I just think, there are pros and cons, and I just don't want to hash them all out now.
And that's the one, just real quick, the purpose of us getting ready, we're starting briefings again, because we have a couple options that we'd like for you all to consider. So that's what's coming up for you. And then that will come back to the board for a full presentation.
Commissioner Delary, do you have anything more on that?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say that this deserves a deeper dive when we have a little more information so everyone can be briefed.
And I'd like the attorney to weigh in as well.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what I'm saying, a full briefing. Everyone can participate instead of at 3:50 in the afternoon, this is a budget hearing, this is not a policy hearing. I can give you pros and cons on both sides, and I'm not going to do that today, but I could. And I just think that we should be weighing at this at a different date.
Anything else?
That's it.
See nothing. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it sincerely. Next up, administration.
Final department.
Go ahead. This will go quick.
Yes. So the administration department includes the Board of County Commissioners, the County Manager's Office, the County Attorney, the Office of Management and Budget, the Office of Human Resources, and the Office of Communications. It's 100% funded through our general fund. The base budgets, you see a 1.8% total reduction. The BOCC's budget is 2.5% reduced. The communications budget has a 3% increase. Flat budget for the county attorney. County manager's base budget is down 2.9%. Human resources is down 1.8%, and the Office of Management and Budget is down $1,100. We knew that fiscal year 25 was going to be a challenging budget year as we moved away from ARPA and into funding Sunrail. It was important that we set the tone as the administration department. The county manager's office was very heavily involved this year. Darren and his team. We had probably 20 meetings to cover the budget, which is one of the reasons why I would beg that we not move the budget work sessions up too much further. It takes a lot of work. The real work being done is in April and May with our offices, and it just takes so much time. And when you start to add meetings like this, it can pull our attention away from some of the details. So it is helpful to have that time in April and May. The non-base budgets are primarily related to some employee programs in HR, $152,000 in the FY25 proposed budget. There's 63.5 FTEs with 0 proposed changes, and that concludes our presentation.
Okay, any questions? Start with Commissioner Constantine. Work our way across.
No.
Commissioner Lockhart?
Let's hear it for the attorney.
Yay!
No, I don't have any questions. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I will say, I don't know if you're going to ask for wrap-up, closing comments before we move on to the SOE conversation, but I do have a couple of wrap-up comments to make.
Okay. Commissioner Delory on this topic.
I have no comments. Good job, Tim.
I have no comments other than to say thank you very much for all the work that all of you done to put this together.
That's a wrap.
It's sincerely appreciated. So we will move away from the budget, and I will start with Commissioner Delory and move across. Any closing comments before we take up the SOE topic?
Yes, I do have a closing comment. You all should be very proud of yourselves. You all provided us a balanced budget. You've all done some very hard work over a number of months, and it can be very demanding, especially working with all 5 of us. And you've kept up your normal operation of your jobs, and the public is, no complaints from the public, because I don't see anyone here right now. But I will tell you that you should be all giving yourselves a pat on the back, not just the ones in the room, but the ones that are working at their desk. And there's too many of them to list, and you've all done a phenomenal job this year. Please don't take, if there's any comments back and forth that we're asking questions, don't take them negatively. Please don't do that. That's a mistake. We're all very proud of every one of you all. And it's a great county, great employees. You're doing great work. Go team. Go far.
And I will ask for public comment before I'm
I know that, but
reminded
I'm just
to do so. But
wanted to say that.
All of this is wonderful. Echo what Commissioner Delory said, so all that. So here comes a hard-hearted Harriet, negative Nellie, whatever the moniker is you want to give me. There are needs and there are wants, and wants are good, and they have their place, and they help to make this organization more robust and more well-rounded. And I'm not saying this as a threat in any way, shape, or form, but I think we have to be really, really clear with our team that if the sales tax does not pass in November, we are back here having some really tough conversations. So just because it may make it through this process, whatever your it may be, does not mean that it will still be a priority at mid-year. I genuinely, I'm not trying to be negative or fear-mongering in any way, shape, or form, but it's just the reality of what we're facing is that we're adopting a budget for a year when we don't really know what's going to happen. So I don't know if that's fair, or if the budget manager is going to find me out in the parking lot, but
You want security to walk you out?
I don't know. I might be able to take them.
where's that pen? Where's that pen? That pen's right there.
I know. No, I just, look, I saw the list of all the deferred items. I get it. There are tens of millions of dollars worth of things that have been deferred that we recognize need to be done in this county, but we may need to defer some more.
Commissioner Constantine?
Well, I guess I don't always agree with Commissioner Lockhart, but in this case, I do. The fact of the matter is, folks, you did a great job faced with a certain circumstance that we don't even know what what it's going to look like in a few months. Tim, your growth has been phenomenal. From the time you first came, I mean, you were always good, but you continue to amaze me as you progress through this whole process and how you have taken this on, not single-handedly with the help of everybody, but how you have taken this on and have made it your own. And the fact of the matter is that right now, there's been, I've been through a lot of difficult budget decisions in my lifetime, but folks, what's coming before us with this sales tax will make or break what this county is going to be over the next decade. And we hope that in the spirit of that, I believe that you've made very tough decisions already. And hopefully we're going to be able to move forward and together and continue to make this county the best place to live in all of Florida. So with that, I just also want to say, I don't want to go back to all the things that we've talked about today individually, but you said at the beginning of the day, Aaron, that you have good note takers. So there's note takers. I don't see them, but there's note takers out there, and we also are on tape. So let's move forward and let's get some of this stuff done, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. I have a little different view. Surprising. I tend to believe the glass is half full instead of half empty. I would tell you, as it pertains to the infrastructure penny, the citizens of this county have showed us 3 times that they're wise enough to see the value in approving themselves to pay for this. That doesn't automatically mean it's going to happen, and I agree with my fellow commissioners. But I have a good belief and sense that, we've been good stewards of their money. They've seen the benefits of it. And could there be a problem? Certainly. No different than if tomorrow the stock market crashed, we'd have to come in here and have a big discussion about the world came to an end and what are we going to do. That's basically why we're here, to make those hard decisions. That said, I think I have a couple very distinct observations, and I understand one of them, and I made that statement a little earlier today. The statistical probabilities of multiple budgets and multiple departments coming out to exactly 3.0% increase is not lost on me. And I understand that. I understand we want to be conservative. We don't want to bring to this board crazy numbers. And I know the struggle that staff's in, because quite frankly, the deferred projects that Commissioner Lockhart referred to have existed before her and I arrived here. And we continued to defer, which means you continue to push those down the road. And there's going to come a point where you can no longer push those down the road. As well as the core principle that a taxpayer's dollar has already funded something that we've now decided to ignore or put off, instead fund some other project, a new project, really doesn't pass the straight face test when you're having a discussion with a constituent about how you're caring for their tax dollars. That's different than something that has to happen to make sure all services are presented to our constituency. So I'm glad to see that we're chipping away at those deferred projects, and I think a lot of those deferred projects, quite frankly, were because of the thought process of ultimately, like in this building, it would not be occupied as long as it has been, and that each subsequent Board of County Commissioners said, well, don't spend any money on this building because we're moving out. Well, that's been going on for 30 years. And so you put a patch on the AC, you put a patch on this, you do this, you do that. When I walk into some of our departments here at this county, and they have their lights off in their office, I'm like, including my office, my aide, I'm like, well, how do you guys have the lights off? They're like, the lighting's terrible. It bothers our eyes. It's the old fluorescent. It's sort of indirect and indistinct. I'm like, okay. That's a problem. And so I think, Tim, you've done a great job. Darren, you and your senior staff have done a great job. You've brought some good people in place. I think this is a good first step in heading the right direction to find our way to slowly getting back to a point where hopefully we don't have deferments. Hopefully we don't have to have those tough discussions. It's one thing to have a need to have a tough discussion because of some event, whether it's a 1 cent sales tax initiative that doesn't pass or some huge downturn in the economy. But when you stack that with deferred capital improvements on top of that, you've dug a hole so deep that you may never come out of. And so that's why it's so imperative that we deal with those and move forward. And I suspect, notwithstanding some catastrophic event, you've got the staff in the right place to start making those things happen. Finally, just a suggestion. We had a lot of dialogue today and yesterday, all good dialogue. We perhaps should have a conversation, and maybe staff should review. This was supposed to be a budget hearing or a budget work session, which it was. But it also ended up being a accomplishment work session. And then, of course, the peril of that is when you put it in the hands of 5 people to discuss it up here, we have all kinds of personal opinions and ideologies of what you should do or shouldn't do, et cetera, et cetera. And that's really not the intent of a budget work session. Maybe we're better served to have a debriefing at a certain part of the year, what each department has accomplished, and what they would like to accomplish in the upcoming year, and then have a separate work session financially from a budget discussion standpoint. And I understand the two are going to blend a little bit, but we've really gotten off in the weeds and a lot of discussion about trying to give guidance and direction and what we should do and shouldn't do and all those kinds of things, which is good dialogue. But for efficiency for the staff, us, and so forth, I think we'd be well served to try to do that. I want to thank everybody for being so patient with us. I know we've kept a lot of you here for a long period of time, but I want to make sure that there's nobody here from the public to speak on any of these items we've discussed today or yesterday. Nobody here from the public?
I have 3 written public comment forms.
Oh, you're the new clerk. Fantastic. They're written only?
They are.
Okay, do you mind reading them
I don't
into the
mind.
record?
Ashley Woodard from Sanford is in support of shade structures at the playgrounds. She's in full support for UV blocking shade structures at our playground and equipment will improve safety and enjoyment. Don Epps from Altamont Springs is in support of an additional FTE for the Museum of Seminole County History to prepare for the transition of the buggy collection to the museum and Building 302. Additional staff is needed to handle the new workload. And Ashley Woodard, again, from Sanford, is in support of additional FTE for the museum. She would like to advocate for the additional FTE for the museum to ensure smooth operations and an enhanced visitor experience.
Okay, anything else? No one else here from the public to speak? So we'll close public input on that matter. Is there anything else before we move to the final topic for the good of the order on today's budget discussions? Seeing none, I think it's appropriate that we put on the record that the supervisor of elections has failed to arrive to give us a budget presentation. Make sure we have on the record that this board and our staff have communicated trying to facilitate whatever schedule was necessary, and that's moved from, the latest was at 1 o'clock today, and then we heard just briefly before that the SOE would not be attending and would not be given a budget proposal. We do know that staff has been given documentation from the supervisor's office. I received a briefing, as I spoke about yesterday, which was not the full presentation, but just a one-page ledger, if you will, of a proposed budget. And I asked for additional detail, and I was told our staff would be getting that, and then the staff has shared with me accordingly. So I would go to the board and ask the board, what is the flavor of the board? Or do you all wish or desire to take this up, or do you want to put this in the hands of staff to talk to each office and coordinate with the SOE, or how would you like to move forward? Commissioner Lockhart?
I'm kind of putting Mr. Jackson on the spot here. Do you have the spreadsheet that shows the SOE's budgets for prior years going back? I was looking through prior presentations and trying to jot it down myself.
If you could give me a minute to bring it up, I have it.
Okay, that'd be awesome. I think every year even prior to this SOE, the budgets fluctuate based on election cycles. And I think absent a dialogue here, publicly to ask questions and what have you, that might be the easiest way to look at a number and go back in time to whatever was a post presidential election year and look at that.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Look at that year. A significant amount of lapsed salary dollars, I would imagine, in that budget that could be accounted for. So I think from my perspective, the requested proposed 24-25 budget should be a greater reduction than 12.6%. So the correlating post-election year would be so 2021 was 3.3. It was a reduction of 14%, and then 16, 17 was 2.5. So anyway, that was something that I was going to ask to look at in my making a determination of what would be a reasonable number.
My input on that is we went through a dialogue last year that arguably we didn't get a lot of detail that could be answered. And we went with a number. And then, of course, apparently that was more than enough money because there was monies expended for things that were not anticipated in the budget. We also have what I will call the uncaptured portion, which is the printing portion that occurs. And I've spoken to staff, and there is the capability, if needed, to come back for a mid-year adjustment. So I would be a proponent of dropping back to either the 2018 or the 2021 number initially, with the understanding that mid-year you can come back and make adjustments or plead the case of exactly what's necessary and what's unfunded and those types of things. Just my thought.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Constantine.
I think everybody else is disappointed that Mr. Anderson decided not to come today. But I'm not prepared to arbitrarily move his budget up or down because we're talking about it should be, especially in a midterm, because it should be most of the expenses are going to come right around the election, which is going to be in November, and right after our fiscal year. begins. So I would rather, because we have trusted our own staff to sit there and work within the context of all of our different departments, have them go back and look at this budget and work, since he's got to work with somebody. Like I said, I would hope he would have been here. He decided not to. But I'm not going to, on the dais here today, say, okay, let's just pick a number. I would rather get our county manager and Mr. Jenks and sit down and work it through, talk to them, then they bring it back to us as to what they feel is the right number, and go from there. And maybe over the course of the next month or two, Mr. Anderson will change his mind and want to work with this board, and hopefully he will. But let's first give our staff the opportunity to sit down and work with them and bring it back.
So my question for staff is, you've already had dialogue with the SOE's office in requesting information, is that fair?
That's correct.
And if you had what you believe to have all the information you believe you need, or is there additional information you'd like to have, or do you feel you're not getting all the detail that's necessary for a recommendation or consideration by the staff, or do we even know?
They provided a line item budget similar to what was provided last year to back up the $4.7 million.
Okay. So you feel you can have dialogue and make a decision and bring a recommendation back?
And I'll tell you that the issue, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Jackson, I know you speak with the staff. It's, we could talk to staff, but then it has to get approved through the SOE for his staff then to get back with us. So we can get as much information we can from his staff and make our own assumptions, because they will only go a certain way. We can make our own assumptions and then bring back to you, if you will, a couple different options based on our analysis, and meet individually with the board members, and then bring it back to you all.
Which is fine. I mean, and I understand what Commissioner Constantine is saying. I mean, the reality is, this is a constitutional officer, that if a constitutional officer, as part of their duties, is not able to show up and have a budget discussion and give whys and why nots and have that back and forth dialogue and discussion, that's a big concern to me. Huge concern. And it sounds like, ultimately, if we give it to our staff, it ultimately is going to be a dialogue between staff and then cleared through the SOE, and whether SOE wants to clear his employees to get back with us and so forth. So at the end of the day, what is the deadline on what we can make a decision on? I mean, is there, Tim, a drop dead time that you're able to say, look, if this stays dormant and we decide to do nothing, that's a peril. And none of us want, to be clear, none of us want the elections to not be funded. That is not the issue at all. We want to be clear. There needs to be ample funding to pull off a proper and efficient election. There's a lot of questions I think some of us have that have not been answered. And so the fallback for me has always been, you got a mid-year adjustment you can do. I mean, you can always come back. If this board will pick some arbitrary number based on nothing, you could still come back at mid-year and go, well, here's why we need X amount of dollars for A, B, and C.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Delary.
Thank you. I think it'd be prudent, since the supervisor of elections officer is not here. It is disappointing. We should have dialogue with that office as we help set the budget, because we're ultimately responsible for the dollars. I can't speak for staff, but, we approve our budget in September, so we do have some time.
Yeah.
What that time period is, you'd have to ask staff. I think between now and that time period, I think staff can research what that time is. have some dialogue, and we can actually try to make an educated decision instead of just an arbitrary decision. And I think that would be prudent for us to do.
Commissioner Lockhart?
I don't disagree with having a little bit more time to ask some more questions. The lapsed salary dollars, to me, is an issue. I think we've seen in the last couple of years with this constitutional officer a fundamental struggle with the budget process. There was a to me, a lack of understanding of some pretty basic budgeting principles. And at one point, there was such a great frustration last year, and I don't know if it was an attempt to just make it, our fault, but he just said, you figure it out, right? So he said, you all figure it out. You figure out what my budget should be. And he threw it back at us. And that's sometimes something when someone is frustrated or struggling with coming up with their own conclusion and solution, that tends to be a means of going, you know what, fine, then you just do it. And I think that's what happened last year, and I think potentially not being here today is the same type of situation where it's out of the wheelhouse. And that's probably why staff is really the one that you've been interacting with and, what have you. So I'm projecting, and we'll probably get a late night email about that. But I do think that at some point we may be in the situation of making a decision for this budget like we do our own budgets. And looking at the same things that we would look at for our own budgets. What are the lapsed salary dollars? What was the unexpended amount at the end of last fiscal year? What has the history been? I know from contractors in the community that at the end of last fiscal year, there was a fast and furious attempt to spend every last dollar so that there would be no money to give back to the board. There was an attempt to do internal modifications to the building that we don't own in order to spend those funds. So couldn't get it done fast enough, though. So, it all culminates into a very unfortunate, unprofessional situation, but it's one that we found ourselves in. So we may have to be willing to just make the decision at some point. But if you want to give it yet another try, I'm not sure what's going to be different, but I'm okay with waiting further.
Well, I'm happy to do whatever the board desires to do. I made it pretty clear yesterday that I was ready to move forward. I went along with everybody in saying, hey, let's reach out, let's find out, let's get it scheduled in, move our schedule around, inconvenience our people, get it scheduled in. Yes, we'll be there. So we did that. We did that today, and once again, failed to show. We are down a commissioner. I happen to have brought last year's presentation to the point of really what is happening. There's a lot of questions need to be answered that I think only the SOE can answer, or somebody on his staff. But just one example, the document that was sent to us for this budget hearing has a page that says serving 345,726 voters in Seminole County. 345,726. Last year, we were given a document that says 346,377. So the voter roll has substantially dropped by 1,000, give or take, whatever it is. So one of my questions is, why did it drop? Are we cleaning up the rolls?
Probably. New state statute.
Are we not registering as many people? I don't know. We've kept saying that in advertising that we're registering so many more voters, so I'm not really sure there. But it's those kinds of things. And then we look at the core information that was given to us last year, and it looks like some of those numbers swapped. For the 23-24 that was given to us last year, we had the core costs at $3,097,404, and the election costs at $2.58 million. And this year, we get a actual of 23-24 of about $500,000 less on the election costs, and the core portion about $300,000 more. So I'm not sure what, and those are the kind of questions that I would have as to why this switch. This whole dialogue we had last year was because we have a presidential coming up, we've got to gear up, we've got to do all these things, et cetera, et cetera. And we were provided with another sheet of historical data of how many FTEs per cycle, which is this document, that talks about 2018, 19, 20, going all the way forward, and we went from 16 employees in 2018 at 303,000 registered voters to 2020 in a presidential election of 335,000 voters, registered voters, with 17 workers, and we've grown to 23. We've added 6 more. Now, when I did have the interaction with the SOE in my office, indicated there was going to be a 14% reduction because he had come aware that the paper goods that he had printed were able to be preserved and used for this cycle. That's great. That's fantastic. But who paid for those paper supplies and printing, which we're doing some of that that's not even in his budget. So you take the number that was approved in his budget, you add the others, it's actually more than that. There's just a lot of unanswered questions. I'm okay to try to continue to work with the supervisor of elections and allow him to fulfill his duty to the taxpayers and the citizens of this county to come in and have a budget dialogue and help us and the taxpayers understand how that money is going to be allocated, why it needs to be allocated, and especially since we are down one commissioner. I'm happy to do that and let staff try to work find out, and I guess just keep us informed, Mr. County Manager, as to you think he can come in and have a discussion with us at the end of a Board of County Commission meeting, or set a special date, or...
Mr. Chairman, I hear your frustration, and I understand it, and I'm just as frustrated with you as you are as far as him not being here. But I am not ready to allow anyone to abdicate their responsibility and put it on their hands, especially something when it's a presidential election. And so...
No, that's already done.
It's not if we arbitrarily make a decision, and I know you're not saying that, but that's the whole point. I think that by doing this, we are giving ourselves, we're giving the opportunity for him, as you called it, to fulfill the duties, his responsibility. And so I guess I'm agreeing with you. I just wanted you to know that I hear your frustration. Sure. I accept it. I don't think anybody here is not frustrated, but at the same time, I don't want anybody to be able to come back and say, well, the elections weren't done right because the commission arbitrarily put a number out there.
Well, he's going to say that anyway.
Oh, no,
well...
He's going to say
Come on,
that anyway.
Commissioner, you've been doing this for a lot of years. People say a lot of things that we do or don't do. But I understand what you're saying.
But there's a justification.
No, I understand.
Right,
There's, they do it, and then it's not true. Okay?
I agree.
I'm trying to give it that it's not true.
I agree. I mean,
Totally.
It would not be my desire to do so. And that's unfortunate that we're in this situation. So I advocate we let staff have further conversation, keep us in the loop. When we have full commission, if we can get the supervisor here to have some candid dialogue. I would also make sure that everyone is briefed on the printing costs that are being assumed by the county that have not been in his budget. So everybody knows what the real costs are. And also make sure that everybody clearly understands that the budget that we're talking about now, what election cycle that's for.
Right. Right.
Because it's already funded for the most part
Yes,
for
it
this
is,
year,
yes.
which is the presidential year election.
Right. The reason we had the 20-some-odd% increase last year was to pay for the presidential.
That's
So that's
correct.
paid for.
Right.
That's
right.
done.
Exactly. That's right.
Right.
So,
And we could meet with each of you, and we could go over it again, because we do have some backup, so Tim and I
Right.
can go over it. We can meet with each of you, go over it with you. If there's additional questions that you have, we can then start the dialogue again.
Right.
With them, and then maybe, I know it's a little extra work, but go back and forth
No,
that way if he
that's-
doesn't come in front of us.
no, that's right. And that's what's so disheartening to me from an efficiency standpoint. Our staff has plenty of stuff to do, plenty of work to do. And we want to do the people's work. But when we have someone that is obfuscating their duties, that is going to cause us more work and more inefficiencies and more costs to the taxpayers, is just very trying to me. It goes against my total core principle and grain of how we should be conducting business on behalf of the people. At the same time, it puts us in somewhat of an awkward position, which I will not be put into, and we ultimately will have to make an ultimate decision at the end of the day, what we're going to do for the best benefit of our community, regardless of if the SOE decides he's going to have dialogue or not have dialogue.
And if you remember last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, I always have to say this because sometimes I do get it wrong, that the public hearing last year in September, we reduced his budget, the supervisor's budget, because of what Commissioner Lockhart just I remember when we brought Mr. Anderson back, he basically said, you do it, you look at it, make cuts. We went through it, we made some additional cuts, and then we presented that at the first budget public hearing in September. So we do, to your point, we do have some time to work on this, and then present, if there are any cuts, we can do it in the public hearing in December.
Sure.
That's just one, that's one.
And so I would look at that in that context, and then observe what has actually been spent and what things that were spent on.
Yep.
And if you started that and start backing out, it's probably a good beginning.
Yep.
But I'm not going to tell you what the budget should be.
Right.
The other thing that's a little bit concerning to me is, we're off the budget discussion now, but have we had discussion with the SOE about the building itself, and the building is actually leased to the county, and under contractual lease agreement, we cannot be changing things on that building without notifying the owner, which is the airport, which did not happen when the SOE went about changing his signage and logo and all that. Is there clarity on that now?
Yes, we've actually reached out, but if last year, there's not clarity, but last year, if you remember, myself and Nicole Martz, the executive director of the airport, we met with Chris Anderson to talk about any type of improvements. At that time, if you remember, there was maybe an addition that he wanted to do to that building, or there were internal things that he wanted to do. So I was there when Nicole walked through what he had to do to go through the airport before it even came to us, to see if that was something that they could do. So all that was laid out last year between us three. It was Mr. Anderson, myself, and Nicole that actually discussed.
In writing?
No, we had a conversation. We all sat in a meeting and had a conversation.
So the lease is between the airport and Seminole County?
Us, right.
Not between the airport and supervisor elections?
Correct.
I think it would be prudent for us to make sure there's clarity to the supervisor.
We could do that.
That you can't be remodeling the building and changing things. It has to go through us and then the airport.
Yes. And
That's
to your
the way
point,
the lease holds.
Then the latest thing that you talked about, the signage, that also was something that needed to go through the airport as well. So anyway, we've had the dialogue, but we'll put it in writing.
I think that would be prudent.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on any of these topics or any other topic for the day?
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I know this was a long-winded day, and I hate to keep staff here that long. And we are coming up on the witching hour of the end of the day, so thank you all very much for your patience, and we apologize for the inconvenience or some of the movements we had to do, but we were truly trying to accommodate our people, outside, entities, and our apologies. So thank you all very much. We will end the work session. Thank you.